Hello, 13th jurors. Here, this is who you're really here to see. Let's say hi to Lucy. Say hi to Lucy. Lucy girl. She's looking at me instead of the camera, but you get the picture. She is going to be sleeping good today because we went for a really long walk this morning and it was hot. But that's okay. We took her little water bowl thingy, and so she got to stop in the park and get her some little water. It's funny though, because normally, she'll bring me flip-flops, but I just looked down because I've been sitting here working for the last hour or so on the podcast, and I just looked down and she has brought me a tennis shoe. So it is now apparently getting serious because I'm getting tennis shoes now instead of flip-flops. So maybe that's her way of saying we're going to be doing more of our long walks in the mornings now. We used to do every morning, like 5 miles every morning, and she loved it. But when it's this hot outside, there's just no way she can make it through that. So our walks are a little bit shorter, these mornings, but with it hopefully cooling off soon, she'll be able to get more long walks in. So she's a little lover. We have anniversaries.
What? Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Regina Crawford, happy 2-month anniversary. I am glad you're here. It is Taco Tuesday, so it's like the best possible day to have an anniversary. So congratulations to you, and we are glad to have you. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. I have counters in chat. Hello, Marie Moss, our counters in chat. I have been working this morning. I got up so early. Remember when we were signing off yesterday and I was like, oh yeah, this will be great. We're not starting till 10:30 Pacific, which means I'll have plenty of time. I'll have plenty of time to sleep in and do things. No, I was up at 4:30, which is okay. I got a lot done, but I am working on the podcast. Not everybody who, is interested in the trials can watch all day, every day. So, and I know that. So I have started doing the podcast episodes again so that you can listen. And even if you do watch all day, a lot of times we get caught up in chat or we miss things or we zone out. If you're like me, you zone out and, your mind wanders. So I've been working on the podcast episodes, and I put out episode 1. I think JT released it on sometime, I don't know, days run together. Sometime in the last century, he has released it. So now I am working on episode 2. Episode 1 is that was a big yawn. Episode 1 was all about like the history. So kind of, talking about him and his, history, the wives, all of that stuff, basically the stuff that we went over on the history lesson that we did here on the stream in chat. So I did kind of a podcast episode about that. It's also available. It's on like iTunes, basically everywhere you get podcasts, but there's also an episode. That episode is also on the YouTube. So the YouTube, I sound like such an old lady. It's on the YouTubes. That's what I tell Lucy, actually, when I'm leaving. I tell her, okay, I'm going to put on the YouTubes for you. Anyhow, I digress. And I promise I took my medicine this morning. But anyway, I am working on episode 2 right now. And episode 1 was like the history stuff. So episode 2 is going through the, basic information from the last trial, why there's another trial now, the pre-hearing stuff. And then it'll be possibly days 1 and 2, maybe days 1, 2, and 3, but it'll be out tomorrow. So depending on depending on how much is in today. I've gotten through the previous trial, the trial hearings and all of that, and now I'm about to start on opening statements. So I'll have it finished up tonight and we'll have it out tomorrow. So be looking for that too if you need a refresher, or if you don't have time to watch the entire thing, but you have to kind of come in and out for work or life or whatever, and you want to make sure you catch everything. Subscribe to that and give us reviews and all of that good stuff. A lot of work is going into it, but that's a good thing, because that means that it helps me retain the information as well when I'm having to go back over it and everything. So I am glad it's Taco Tuesday. I also would like to remind y'all that means tomorrow is Wednesday. And Austin Ford, his mama has that contempt hearing on the whole thing with her cell phone tomorrow morning, and we find out what happens with the charges. Are they going to try him for a third time? For those of you who didn't watch that one with us, they were calling it the best friend murder trial, but it was actually a retrial. It was in Stone Mountain, which is like right by my hometown in Georgia. And the basic like Cliff's Notes version is 18-year-old Tory Lang, her body was found in the park, and they know that her bestie Austin lied about different things involved in that night, about being there and that type thing. So they tried him before. It was a hung jury. That was in April. I think it was like May 1st that it came out that it was a hung jury. So they declared mistrial. So they just tried him again. And we watched that one last week, and it was a hung jury again. So we find out tomorrow morning what they're going to do. Now, in the first trial, they did find him guilty of 2 counts of theft by taking, 1 for the gun and 1 for the car. And then failure to, I can't remember how they word it, failure to report a deceased, however they word it, because he knew that she was dead and didn't tell anybody and hid it. So he was found guilty of those 3 charges. So tomorrow morning, they will either sentence him for those 3 and then drop the murder charges, or they will wait on sentencing and they will try him for a third time. So we'll find that out tomorrow morning. And then his mama done got in trouble too. So when she was there, if you'll remember, for those of you who weren't there with us, the judge got onto her and took her phone, confiscated her phone, and she has a contempt hearing tomorrow morning because she took a picture of jurors in the jury box. So she got in trouble. They had actually talked about banning her from the rest of the trial, but they didn't. So she was not banned from the trial, but she did not go that next day that after she got in trouble. So interesting. So we'll find that out tomorrow. So the plan for tomorrow is we are going to basically, it just swapped me and what? Oh, I'm swapping me and Whittle Woosie. The plan for tomorrow is we are going to, I'll stream that in the morning, and then because this one won't be starting until later, we'll do that stream. It shouldn't take long, and then we'll start this one at regular time. So I'm not going to stay on and spend 3 hours like just hanging out. As much as I love just hanging out, that's just a lot of space to fill. So we will do a short stream in the morning for that hearing, and then we will do the rest. We will start at our regular time tomorrow for this trial. Also on Friday, there is a hearing for Melly. So we'll do the same thing on Friday. We will do the hearing in the morning, find out, what they've got to say about Miss Felicia's ankle monitor coming off and everything else, whatever else they're going to talk about. And then we will end that one and start our regular time on Friday. So that is the plan. So, oh, you're going to be so disappointed in me. I did not get to her nails last night. I ended up hanging out with my kid. So she still has her boring nails. I even have her little polish thing over there, where I was planning on doing it. And then I ended up, my kid called and, wanted to go do stuff. So I ended up hanging out with him for a while last night. So little Miss Lucy got ignored. She didn't get ignored. She went with us, but she didn't get her nails painted yet. So, but she did get her hair brushed, and now she looks like Cindy Lou Who. Oh, this dog. Yeah, I love, he was excited because they overstaffed yesterday. So he got sent home. And if y'all knew my kid, he is the hardest working 19-year-old. I've almost 20. He'll be 20 in a couple weeks, but he is the hardest working 19, 20-year-old I've seen, which I love because I am huge on work ethic, and he inherited that from me. You would not know it when he was growing up looking at his room. Thank God that is not like, your ability to put laundry in a hamper and clean your room is not indicative of your work ethic later in life. Thank God for that, because if that was the case, I'd have told y'all, go ahead and just, teenage boys. But he has a good work ethic. He turned out all right. And so far. No, but he's so good. So when he gets days off, when they overstaff and things like that, and he gets days off, it doesn't happen very often. So he was excited. So he got like he calls it a mini vacation, because he had Friday and Saturday off. He ended up getting sent home yesterday, and he didn't have to go until 3 today. So that was his excuse to hang out with his mama. And you can't say no when they want to hang out with mama. So I love him. It's a good thing, because if I didn't, he would not have made it through those teenage years. But he's good. Yeah, Lucy stares at me when I'm talking. She knows it's too, like, if I start talking a lot, she can tell the tone of my voice too, I guess, when I start to get, like, when I have my goodbye voice, like when we're starting to wrap up. Oh, she heard me say that word. So she can tell. So you'll notice in Lucy Cam now, she'll start getting kind of fidgety, and moving around and stuff, because she can tell that I'm talking more, which means I'm saying goodbye, which means that she's about to get to. So she'll start getting anxious. But right now she knows that I'm just now starting to talk, at least like this. I've been recording the podcast this morning, but this is the most I've talked, like, consecutive together. And so she's staring at me like, like either, shut up and get this over with, or take me out, or she just had breakfast and a treat. So she's good. So, Stephanie Willis says, my daughter is your age, Brandy, and her room was a mess, but now she is a hardworking, successful mom, wife, employee. But there were days. Oh, there were days. There are days. Yeah. Yeah. That kid. I was worried about him for a little while. Which is, I've said it before, like, he keeps his condo, he keeps it clean. And I'm like, where'd this come from? Couldn't have done this when it was, mama paying the bills. That kid. But, when they get older, you miss them when they're gone. And he'll be 20 in a couple weeks. 20. It's crazy. Crazy. All right, so we have yeah, there were other priorities when we were young. My other priorities were basically anything other than keeping my room clean. She does do that. I might have to give her another one because she heard me say it. Do you want a treat? Do you want a treat? See him go. You want a treat? You're very good. So if y'all were on night court last night, I don't know why she will not eat in bed. She's a lady like that. She'll take her little treat over here to the other side of the rug and eat it right there. And she'll play with it too because she just had one. So now she'll sit there and play with it with her toys and her treat. She's so funny. If y'all were on night court last night, then you were where you should have been. If you were not on night court, you missed out. You'll have to catch it on replay. It was so good. Kathy's in here, isn't she? I think I saw her earlier. Yep. Kathy was our special celebrity guest. And we also, which if y'all haven't checked out Kathy's YouTube videos, you have to. She is a riot, and she says all the things that we all want to say. And sometimes I feel like I can't say. So then I just like send people links to her videos. Like, this is what I'm thinking, and this is what I want to say. She's hilarious. So she was the special celebrity guest last night. And also JT got to put Sir Elton. He did his own kind of version of Lucy Cam. His Lucy is Sir Elton. So we got to see Sir Elton make his 13th juror debut, which was kind of cool. So if y'all missed that, definitely check it out. It was such a good episode. And yeah, celebrity guest. Yes, celebrity guest. And if y'all haven't heard, because Kathy's like basically BFFs with Oprah. She's a star. She's a celebrity. And so it was funny last night because I knew about some of the stuff that she had done, but I didn't know how much of it she had done. And when she was talking about the different things, the different shows she had been on and things like that, some of them I didn't know, but I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool. I want to be Kathy. Like she's way cooler than I am. And when she was talking about, the different shows and stuff she's been on, I was like, well, I was in a Tic Tac commercial, and that's like the extent of, my 15 minutes of fame. And I was a kid. So I was listening and laughing, and she was talking about all the different things it was that she's done. It was so funny. So if y'all missed that, definitely check it out. And for sure, check out her videos. They're hilarious. She follows like the true crime stuff, and she's in here with us a lot. And when her celebrity life and, job and family aren't in the way, she's in here with us. And she's just a riot. So y'all check out her videos. She is so funny. And we have a command for her too. I see some of y'all typing it in. If you put in the command gossip, her link will come up and all of her stuff will come up. So she's great. Let's see. Marima says the sidebar count was 3 yesterday. There was a typo. I pushed E instead of. No biggie. Our statistician had a typo. We love you. You're the best. Y'all, especially, man. I don't think anybody, I did not see, out of all the coverage that I saw for the Melly trial, I did not see anybody who had the numbers and had kept up with it the way that she did. So that was really cool for, it's kind of like our own little, insider info. So very cool. All right. So today we go into day 3 of of this nonsense. If you missed yesterday, then you're probably going to be glad. No, I'm just joking. It was the last 2 hours of the day, I guess, were spent listening to the video where he had gone to, Thami had gone to the police station, and this is a little after midnight. So the timestamp says, May 9th, but that's because it's after midnight. But it was right after the murders and the robbery. And he went in and talked to police and rambled on for 2 hours. And during those 2 hours, he made little to no sense. He was just, he's so much to deal with, y'all. He's so much to deal with. He rambled on about different things that didn't make sense as far as the ski mask. Let's talk about the ski mask. For example, he said, in one part he said, oh yeah, this, the ski mask was down. And then there was another part where he said that the, oh, they haven't started quite yet. Oops. There was another part where he said that it was down, but it was kind of rolled up to like right where the nose is. And then he said that it fell off when he said it fell off when he shot him and he fell or whatever. So here's the thing about ski masks that are pulled down to here. I don't care how many times you fall down. A ski mask is not going to like float off and go across the garage. Like that's just not how life works in general. And it made no sense. And that is one of the first things that I think would have been a big giant red flag. Not that I've ever been good at finding red flags, but Holly gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Holly. We have, let's see, Lex Thor, Stacy B, CC Reagan, I Am Shout, and Chrissy gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yay. Welcome to the family. New members. Thank you so much, Holly. You're the best. Well. Look who it is. Did you try to sneak in again? Guess who's busted? Lucy hears somebody in the hall and she's not happy about it. Every time you try to, here, we'll do like the knock, the door opening, and the steps across the room. Every time. I need to like make those all into one thing so that every time 80s tries to sneak in, we'll have, look, that one's actually really creepy because when I do that one, it really does sound like there's somebody knocking on my wall right there, which is kind of creepy. But hello and welcome, and you can't sneak anywhere. You can't hide. You're no ninja, even though you tried. Are they loud? I turned them down. Hold on, let's see. I have the volume like at only 29% for those. Let's see. Unless you're 84 mile an hour winds in the garage with nothing else having fallen down. Yeah. 80 sneaks in like a hurricane. Is it possible to find Brainy's childhood Tic Tac commercial online? I don't know. I looked for it once and couldn't find it, but I don't know. It was from like the early 90s, I think. It's like Jane Fonda was in it and stuff. It's like, I think my one line was Tic Tacs for fresher breath. And that's it. But, you know, my days of Tic Tac fame are over. Oh, shut up. Did you really? I haven't seen it since I was little. I'm scared to know. Jada Wonder says, I missed Thami's interview yesterday. Is it really that bad? Well, yeah. He rambles on. He's just very Thami. Like, he's the Thamiest of all the Thamis. He is, okay, you know when somebody's lying to you and they over explain and they give way more information than you need. They give a ton of irrelevant details, but then when it comes to like the important stuff, they kind of just gloss over that. That's how his entire thing was. It was now, and keep in mind, and I just recorded this for saying this on the podcast too. Keep in mind, this is right after. Okay, we've seen the video of how Sharon looked after she was killed. It was brutal. And for him to just be kind of just sitting there chilling, talking about it, there was never any emotion. There was never any, like, you know, hold on a moment, I have to gather myself. There was no, you know, crying about, you know, like the tragedy that he had just witnessed and how he had just seen, you know, the sixth love of his life. You know, I mean, there was nothing. There was no emotion whatsoever. It was very much like, well, this happened and then this happened. And then I remember that there was a sound and then I looked this way and then there was a carpet and then there was this. And then it was so just, let me throw out as many nonsensical details as I can about BS so that maybe they don't, you know, pick up on the fact that I am the BS. Like, it was very Thami. The only thing I can say about it is that if he really does take the stand the way he says he's going to, because he thinks, look, Thami thinks that he's the smartest one out there. If he really does think that he can get up there and spout out some of that nonsense and convince 12 people that he's an innocent man, then I'm here for it and I want to see it, because, like, Thami needs, you know what Thami needs? Thami needs to stop worrying about his medication. Thami needs to just go sleep. That's what Thami needs to do, because the longer he's awake, the more he talks, and the more he talks, the more people know he's full of crap. So Thami needs to just doze on off in the afternoons like he was originally worried about doing. But if he does take the stand, then at least the attorneys will, you know, try to stop his rambling. Except for prosecution, they're going to let him go. They're going to be like, oh, really? Mm-hmm. Oh, cool. Tell me more. Tell me more about how this mask just flew off. Oh, gosh. Petrified said bombshell evidence. I love that. I love that. Him testifying will have an Amber effect. I stepped on a bee. His mask flew off. Oh, gosh. Oh. Wendy said, I miss where the Thami came from. So in opening statements, his attorney, Josh, said that he likes to be called Tommy. I was about to say Thami. He likes to be called Tommy, but he spells it. Are you just staring at your mama? He spells it THOMMIE, because he's extra like that. So I just started calling him Thommy. So, and then we all started throwing in extra H's and IEs in our names. So now Brandy is officially BRHANDIE. Oh gosh, this dude. We were that yesterday. The jury had a question for Alice, the lovely witness, but a sidebar, the judge would not allow it. No, I missed that. I totally missed that. I liked Alice. Here, I'll make Lucy a little bit bigger. I know y'all like to be able to see that little girl. There we go. She's so pretty. Yeah, see, there you go. Wendy. Oh, Kimmy. There you go. Yes, they are in Pacific time zone. So I hear them stirring around now. Day 3, y'all. Let's see how much weirder this can get. Another thing about the testimony, a lot of the stuff that he was saying, they were wanting to have the walkthrough video thrown out, but a lot of the stuff that they were saying, oh, he didn't know what he was saying in the walkthrough, it's the same stuff he said in the video. So, this guy, not a fan.
Please be seated. Round of the jury's all present and accounted for. Record back on the record is C250966.
Yep, we are live. Hi, Chevelle.
Yes, Judge.
State you may recall Detective Moggs. Okay. I don't know if we can get Detective Mogg. All right.
All right, so Detective Mogg is going to be the first one up. Remember, we left off yesterday with him on the stand after that video. Back on.
Yeah, Detective Mogg, we're just going to swear you in again because it's been overnight. Thank you, sir.
You solemnly swear the testimony about
I like this judge.
I do.
State your name for the record.
Clifford, CLIFFORD, MOG, MOGG.
Thank you very much, Detective Mogg. Just want you to-
Thank you. Your Honor, we ended yesterday's proceedings. We hadn't played like the last 8 or so minutes of what's been admitted as states 314. So we're going to, with the court's permission, finish that and then I'll resume questioning.
Okay.
Oh, more video.
Okay. Do you have his property? Yeah. All right. I think what we do now is see if we can't go find this apartment that Mike lives at. They'll know at the gate. They'll know at the gate? Okay. So yeah, if you can direct us over there, go see that, and then and get you back to your house, and we can see how long it's gonna be there, and you can make whatever arrangements you need to make, and we can give you a ride wherever you need to go if you need that. Are there any questions you have for us right now? What's going on? Obviously, we don't know yet what's happening back there at your house, but we'll call the guys and find out what's going on as we're on our way over there. The cars and stuff will still be there, you won't be able to use them or what? Won't be able to use them in the car? Oh, if everything is photographed and they're done processing your car, we can't see if we can get them to you. Do you have a place you can go for the night? No, not really, just go to a hotel or something. Cause you're not gonna want to stay there. I don't want to stay there ever again. Is there other family here in town that? My family, no, there's her daughter, I've got to get a hold of her, but. Is there calls that you need to make right now, maybe, to get a hold of her, or anything we can help you with? No, I probably ought to do it myself. Okay. Well, let's just go out here real quick and get a couple things done, and then we'll get you together, and we'll head over there and start getting some of this stuff done so that you can get your car and make whatever arrangements you want to make for tonight. And what we'll probably do is we'll lock the house out and seal it tonight, and then let you make arrangements then to get things moved out or whatever you need to do. How long does all this take, like, I guess, to make funeral arrangements and stuff? Well, what'll happen is, this evening, once we're done, or we're to a point where we're finished processing inside the house, and, your wife can be, removed from the house, and we'll get him out of there. They'll go to the coroner's office, and then, probably tomorrow morning, there'll be an autopsy of your wife. And then once the autopsy is completed, then the medical examiner will release your wife to the funeral home that picked her up this evening, and we'll be able to give you that information. Coroner will probably also be at the house, and they'll want to talk to you. But they'll be able to give you a little bit more detail about which funeral home is going to take your wife tonight to the coroner's office, and then how you can go about making arrangements for your wife tomorrow once the autopsy is completed. Colleen's like 5 months pregnant right now. Is she married? What's her husband do? Sound man at one of the casinos. How long have they been married? Quite a while. Might be better to talk to him first. That's what better do. But we can get you over to your house and at least get you your phone and see if we can't get some of this stuff started for you. Any other questions you have right now? I'm just going out here and make a quick phone call, and then I'll get you, and we'll go up and find the apartments where Mike was staying, and I'll get you back over to the house. You can actually, the guard at the place probably can tell you the apartments. Okay, and we'll try to do that once we get there. We'll just talk to him. We're not going to go to the apartment with you. And then I'll get you back over to your house. You said your cell phone or your wife's cell phone, one of the others inside the house? Yeah, I think so. Okay. I don't have mine. We took it. Or... Who? The officer? I don't know. I've seen it somewhere. Somebody had it. Okay. It might be in a bag. There's a bag of, they said, your property. I don't know what's in it. I don't look at it. But it's in my car right downstairs. So we'll give you all that stuff, and then if your phone's in there, you can make whatever calls we need to. We'll assist you however we can. Yeah, I would need it because it has all the phone numbers in it, because I don't know my card or anything. Okay. Does Mike wear cowboy boots? Sharon gave me some cowboy boots the other day.
Okay.
Her husband died's cowboy boots. I don't know if they're cowboy boots or like dressy boots.
Okay. And if he were wearing dark brown gardening gloves, is that something he would have brought, or do you think that's something he might have found around your house? That's something you would have around your house?
There's a lot of gloves around the house. I don't know.
You know, like cotton, they're just cheap old cotton gardening gloves, or just pretty white fingers.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think Mercer, I mean, we had him there before, but I don't think he would have got him there.
But what about this mask? Any idea, would he have brought that with him, or do you have a mask around your house?
I probably do have some masks in the, they're not like that though, they're more like a motorcycle. I got them for Christmas one year that kind of slide. They're like DuPont or something would make, like, I want to say Kevlar, but that's something.
Rubbers.
Like what?
The next.
Yeah, like diving stuff, like diving gear.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it could be like that, yeah. Cause I got, this is someone gave it to me for a Christmas present one year, that's a bike thing, but, and then I used to have them on the back of it, I had a, foot chest with, it had its own air hoses and stuff, and jacks and little portable heaters and stuff you'd have if you got stuff you'd be talking, like in football drive. With extra clothes and stuff, there might be a mask in there, but you might be happy it's that movement and stuff. And it may not even be able to get a flight for a long time.
All right, let's just sit down here for a minute. You use the bathroom?
I do, actually.
All right.
Y'all ever been on a jet ski? Them things are rough on your back.
Detective Mog, after that interview concluded, what did you do with Mr. Randolph?
So we allowed Mr. Randolph to use the bathroom. Then we took him to the Painted Desert residence area off of Van Road, and I believe it's Centennial, the 95 in that area. He pointed it out to us. We pulled up, spoke to the security guard at the gate, who told us that he was familiar with Michael Miller and where Mr. Miller's relatives lived in the complex. And that was as much as we did at Painted Desert that night, and then we took him back to the residence.
And the residence being the Rancho Santa Fe one?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there was discussion in the course of the interview where I think Mr. Randolph mentioned that it had taken like 20 or 30 minutes for officers to get inside the house.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the 911 in this case?
I am.
And what does that indicate to you in terms of timing?
So I listened to the 911 call and watched the timer on the call. If the call comes in at 8:45 p.m. approximately.
Just for the record, I'm going to object to this. It's not accurate. It's in 54 seconds. And if he's going to testify, I really think the 911 call should either be in so the jury can hear it, or that he can get the numbers accurate, because they keep saying 8:45, it is not 8:45.
What was the time?
8:44 and 54 seconds.
Okay, so six seconds short of 8:45.
That's correct.
Okay, and from your review of that call, can you hear on the call officers entering?
Yes.
And is it less than 30 minutes?
Yes.
Now, after you had that interview with Mr. Randolph, were there things in the interview that struck you as an investigator?
Yes, there was.
Such as?
So at the very beginning, when Mr. Randolph described how he had met Mr. Miller, that he was in a convenience store, that Mr. Miller was in front of him purchasing some beer, that Mr. Miller confides in him that the clerk is always IDing him or carding him when he purchases beer, and that he does this all the time and he's always getting carded, but today he forgot his ID. To me, I figured that if the clerk knew you enough to card you every time.
I'm asking about what struck him as an investigator, not for the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
He can absolutely testify to what he was.
Serena, just get to the membership.
That if the clerk knew you enough to card you every time, that if they've carded you today and you're back in tomorrow, they may remember that you have been carded. Also, Mr. Miller didn't look anything like he was 21 years old. Then after that, when Mr. Randolph purchased or was going to purchase the beer for Mr. Miller said, no, you keep that one, I want this one, and picked up a different beer. So then the purchase is made, Mr. Randolph and Mr. Miller leave, and then Mr. Randolph describes how he sees Mr. Miller walking down the street and decides that he's going to pick him up and give him a ride. And it just struck me as odd that this is a person you met less than 5 minutes ago, and you're giving him a ride home, and now you're going to sit in front of his house and talk to him for an hour. So after that, the next thing that I thought was odd was that Mr. Randolph told us that he had hired Mr. Miller to do some odd jobs around the house, and that he was always asking him for money, and he would loan him money, or he would do work in exchange for money, and that Mrs. Randolph was upset with the fact that he was always loaning him money. Mrs. Randolph even made mention that Mr. Miller or Mr. Randolph needed to find some male friends. I thought that was a little odd. Then Mr. Randolph mentions that Mr. Miller is probably not the best worker, but he continues to employ him anyway. Then the next thing that struck me as unusual was that Mr. Randolph was leaving town.
Hold on there, 1 second.
This is just becoming a narrative. It's not a question and answer, it's just a narrative of what he thinks is all.
Well, I mean, it is a long answer, I'll say that, but it is what struck him about the interview as an investigator that caused him concern. So, I mean, I can break it up and say anything else every time, but.
I'll allow him to testify to what struck him as an investigator.
The next thing I thought that was odd was that Mr. Randolph and his wife purportedly were leaving the next day to go to Utah. And I believe he said that Mr. Miller was aware of that. Then he was with Mr. Miller approximately 3 hours before the incident happens.
So let me pause you there. You mentioned that according to Mr. Randolph, Mr. Miller was aware that Mr. and Mrs. Randolph were going to leave town.
I believe that's what he told me.
Why did that strike you as strange in terms of this case?
Because if somebody was going to leave town and you were aware of it, why would you break into their house this evening? Why wouldn't you wait until they were out of town when
That's
there
what
was
y'all
no
said
chance
yesterday.
that they would come home?
Did you do you remember in the interview Mr. Randolph talking about how he always carries a loaded weapon on his person?
I do.
But I believe he says in the interview that he just happened to not have it on him that night.
That's correct.
Was that like part of was that also an impression that you had with regard to the interview?
It was something I noted, but the fact that he was going to a casino, I mean, he did tell us that he was under the impression he could carry a gun anywhere because of reciprocal laws between carrying concealed weapons in Utah and Nevada. But it was something that I did note.
Now, in the interview, it looks like you actually sketch out a diagram of the layout of the Randolph residence.
I did.
And he points out various things he was doing or sort of how this interaction with Mr. Miller played out during the course of the interview.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sir, I'm showing you this been marked as State's Proposed 214. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
What is it?
This is a crime scene diagram drawn by our crime scene investigators.
Now, you sketched yours by hand during the interview, but does this exhibit fairly and accurately depict the layout of the Randolph residence?
It does.
State moves to admit 214.
No objection.
Okay, 214 will be admitted.
Going to do 2, Your Honor? Oh, thank you. Okay. Detective Ma, can you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
Okay, can you just overall orient the members of the jury, like where the garage is, where the front door is, where the backyard of the house is?
So the garage is where the 2 vehicles are illustrated. That would be on the north side of the house. The master bedroom and the family room area, kitchen and all that is on the south side of the house. As soon as you enter the residence from the garage, there's a door there. Immediately to the left is a washer dryer. Then as you pass the washer dryer, the next room there is what I believe was an office. Then just down from that is another room that Mr. Randolph referred to as his drum room or his music room. Then at the end of the hallway on the south side of the residence is the master bedroom. Just north of the master bedroom, as you're coming back north in the hallway, on the right-hand side would be the bathroom. Then there's a hallway which leads into the living room area, the kitchen, and then there's another den family room on the north side of the house near the front door.
Okay.
And then the front door is located there in the living room.
Okay, so here's the front door, right?
Yes,
And then this is the garage area.
that's correct.
This is the location of Mrs. Randolph,
Yes,
and this is the master bedroom right here.
correct.
This is the drum room or the music room.
Yes,
That's a bathroom.
yes,
And then there's sort of an office type room here.
correct.
There's a door leading into the house, like from the garage into the house at that location.
Yes,
And then this is the location of Mr. Miller, right?
correct.
Okay. Did Mr. Randolph, did he describe how Mrs. Randolph entered the house?
He did.
Can you kind of orient us on the diagram how he described her entering the house?
So as they arrived home, he pulled into the driveway, which is on the north side of the garage. He opened up the garage. Mrs. Randolph was the passenger. She stepped out of the vehicle and went through the garage into the door that leads into the house and into the residence.
I think if you, there's a mouse there that might kind of give you a little bit of an arrow. Okay,
This is the driveway right here.
okay,
When Mr. Randolph arrived home with his wife, she was in the passenger seat. He was driving. He stopped in the driveway to allow her to get out because there wasn't enough room for her and him to exit the vehicle because of some shelving that was on the side of the garage. So he allows her to exit. She walks through the garage, through the open garage door, and then goes into the residence through this door right here.
okay. Now, Mr. Randolph follows, according to him, that same path into the house?
Yes,
Okay, and then he describes seeing a figure or something kind of move from one side of the hallway to the other?
correct.
Can you point that out on the diagram for the jurors, please?
So the way Mr. Randolph describes this is as he parks his vehicle, he gets out, he opens up the door leading into the house. As he stands about right here in the doorway area, the hallway is illuminated by a light that was right here on a table. And as he looked down the hallway, he stated that he believed he saw someone jump from the bathroom area here across the hallway toward the drum room. And then he told me that maybe it was just he saw someone peek around the corner of the drum room right here.
Okay. Now, where did Mr. Randolph describe shooting Mr. Miller on our diagram?
So after seeing the movement, Mr. Randolph says that he steps into this bedroom here and then described, and I later saw this shoe rack. It's a hanging rack that's in the closet right here, that he reached into that closet and stepped into the room as he saw a person coming down the hallway toward him. He reached into the closet, grabbed his Makarov 9mm pistol, which was loaded, and an extra clip of ammunition for the pistol. And as he stepped into the doorway here, he stated that he was confronted by this person whom at that point he said he didn't know who it was, and that this person had a mask on, and that the mask, they bumped into each other, and I believe he said the mask kind of partially moved up on his face.
And did he describe then at that time that he started firing at the intruder?
He said that they basically cleared a little bit of distance, so created a little bit of space between the two of them. And then he started to draw his pistol up, and he began to fire at this person who was in his house. And he continued to fire as this person moved down the hallway here toward the garage door. Once the person went through the door, he continued firing while the person was in the garage on the floor.
Okay. In the hallway, on the walls, did you see any evidence of like secondary strikes or any ballistic evidence, anything to indicate to you that there was a shooting that occurred in the hallway?
I saw no bullet impacts in the walls of the hallway. The only cartridge case that I saw was on the floor near this doorway down here, leading into the garage, and I believe that's marked with number 3.
Yeah, so it's inside, but it's right at the base of the doorway of the door that goes between the garage and the house.
That's correct.
Okay. Other than that, no cases, no strikes, nothing to indicate any kind of shooting occurred in that hallway?
Nothing that would indicate that a shooting occurred in the hallway based on my familiarization with semi-automatic handguns.
Okay. Did he, in the interview, describe to you, did he describe to you where he locates the gun that is used to kill Sharon?
He said that the gun, ultimately he finds the gun underneath Mr. Miller's person. I don't recall if he said he found it in his sweatshirt, or if he found it in his waistband, or if he was just lying on top of it. But the one thing that was odd was he looked in a couple of bags.
It's beyond the scope of the question.
So I'll rephrase. Let me ask this question. There is in this first bedroom here by Sharon Randolph, there's an item of evidence. Are you familiar with what that item was?
I am.
And what was there?
That's a 38 caliber snub nose revolver. It's got about a 2.5-inch barrel, I believe.
Okay. And according to Mr. Randolph, he locates that gun at some point when he's administering aid to Sharon?
That's correct.
Okay. So according to Mr. Randolph, the intruder abandoned that gun at some point.
Yes.
Okay. And then proceeded down the hallway.
Yes.
Now, later in the interview, he describes discovering a gun in the vicinity of Mr. Miller.
Yes.
And so there's a second gun as well, right?
Correct.
And there's actually a third gun if you count the one that Mr. Randolph had.
Yes.
What does Mr. Randolph say he did with the gun more closely associated to the area of Mr. Miller?
So after he took the gun from the area of Mr. Miller, he carried that gun into the residence through the door, and then at this bedroom doorway here, he said he tossed it into the room. I believe he said he was aiming for the trash can, but it could have landed somewhere else. That pistol was found lying on top of some clothing, which was on top of a black suitcase in this room near the front part of this closet.
So, according to Mr. Randolph, the intruder, Mr. Miller, was attempting to exit the residence in the direction of the garage. Would that be fair?
Yes.
From your observations of the residence, did it appear that there were other areas of the house where you could exit the residence?
Yes.
Where would those have been located?
The front door located right here, and then the back double doors over here.
Okay. In your, I know you didn't have the scene responsibilities, but you mentioned, I think on yesterday, about there was ransacking, or there was evidence of ransacking at the residence?
I didn't see evidence of ransacking in the hallway area or the living room area that I went into initially.
Okay.
I later walked through the scene.
Did you, in walking through the scene, did it appear that the house had been ransacked at all?
No.
What did you see in the master bedroom in terms of whether or not there had been any displacement, or how would you describe how that looked?
So when I first walked into the master bedroom, this is after I completed the interview with Mr. Randolph, I noticed that there was a couple of drawers pulled out of a dresser in the bedroom, and that I believe there was a bra just like hanging over the edge. But when I looked at the drawers were almost perfectly aligned, as if you were to pull them out just a few inches, not far out enough where you would be sticking your hand in there right then. It didn't appear that anything in the drawers was disturbed, and there was nothing lying on the floor. There was a cabinet, I believe, that was partially open, but again, I didn't see anything strewn around the room, pulled out of drawers, tossed on the floor. I found a jewelry box that had some jewelry still in the bottom of it, and I believe a piece or two in the top part that was sitting in a laundry basket. I just thought that was odd. And then as I went into the drum room, I saw the same thing in there. There were a couple drawers that were pulled open, but it didn't appear that anything within those drawers was disturbed. One of the cabinets on that dresser was open, and there was two items, I don't recall what they were, lying on the floor in front of that dresser. But it almost appeared to me that they had been placed there and not just thrown onto the floor.
Based on, I'll lay some foundation.
Okay.
Detective Mog, prior to working homicide, where were you assigned at Metro?
So I was assigned as a patrol officer first, and during that time I investigated numerous burglaries. Then I went to the career criminal section after that, and I was responsible for locating criminals. Then I was assigned to the robbery section. And when I was assigned to the robbery section, I was responsible for conducting investigations of home invasions, where people were home at the time, where force was used to make entry, and where items were searched for by suspects.
Okay. Based on that experience, Your Honor, I would ask that he be allowed to render an opinion about what he observed in this home in terms of the ransacking or lack of ransacking.
Your Honor, I believe you said you observed, but not.
He can testify what he observed, but he can't give an opinion as to whether or not the home was ransacked.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as case proposed 105 through 117.
He's really knowledgeable. Like he gives good examples of what he saw, what it made him think, why he thought things were off. He's really good. Shireen gets another membership. Thank you, Shireen. It went to Wiggle Styles. Wiggle Styles, you're back in green. Thank you, Shireen.
Do those fairly and accurately depict how the master bedroom appeared that evening?
They do.
State moves to admit 105 to 117.
No objection.
Okay, 105 and 117 again.
Thank you. And just to orient on our diagram, this area is the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 105. Let me back that out a little. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is looking into the master bedroom from the hallway. The bed is located there where you see it. The door opens inward and to the left, and there are some drawers that were in a little box that was hanging on the wall, lying on the floor.
And this, I'm going to zoom in on this dresser.
Just trigger warning on pictures. Just so y'all know.
The dresser that we see, kind of more, well, I zoomed in on it in the photo. Those drawers appear to be pulled out a little bit.
Yes.
When you, in your career, when you have responded to other burglaries and home invasions, is that how a dresser typically appeared?
Judge, objection. I think this is vague, ambiguous, and calls for speculation.
He's noticed as an expert. He said he has responded to hundreds of burglaries and home invasions. I'm not sure what else.
Well, he can testify to what he saw in those photos, or whether or not the jury determines whether or not this is how this should be, or whether or not this is ransacked. That's a jury question that he can answer.
Okay, but I think the question I asked was, in other burglaries and home invasions, did the dresser drawers appear like this?
He can answer whether they appeared like that or whether he can't make a conclusion as to why that is.
Okay, so in other burglaries and home invasions that you've investigated, would the appearance of these drawers be consistent with what you had seen at those other crime scenes?
That was the first time I had seen drawers lined up that perfectly and not pulled out to the point where you could access the contents of the drawers or the contents being on the floor.
I'm gonna put on the overhead, this is states 108. What area of the master bedroom are we looking at here?
This is just inside the doorway.
Okay, and you mentioned that there were some drawers from a jewelry box or a jewelry thing hanging on the wall,
Yes,
and those appear to be on the floor.
that's correct.
This is states 109. Let me back up just a little bit. What are we looking at in that photograph?
This is that box that I was talking about that was hanging on the wall next to the door.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 110. Different view of that same dresser that you were just speaking of.
Yes,
There's also a television in the middle of the photo for lack of better identification.
correct.
The cabinets below it don't appear to be open.
No,
This is states 111.
Thank you.
What are we looking at in that photograph?
it's a bag with some clothing items in it that was sitting on the floor next to the television.
Bag obviously not dumped out.
No.
Drawers on the lower part of the dresser not pulled out.
Correct.
This is states 112. Another view of the master bedroom.
Yes,
The cabinet, well, let me zoom in. Do you see disturbance in sort of the headboard backing area of of the bed.
Yes, the cabinet door is open.
The drawers below it don't appear to be pulled out. Is that fair?
They are not.
This is states 115. Let me zoom back out. Just another view of the bedroom. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And put on the overhead states 117. Sort of the right side of the bed as you're facing the bed.
Yes, that was another drawer that was pulled out, but it didn't appear that anything in the drawer had been disturbed.
Now you said there was, I'm going to go back to states 214. Oops, I'm writing it the same way. Looking at 214, there is a bedroom kind of office area right as you enter the house to the left.
Yes,
Did that room appear disturbed to you?
I don't believe so. I really didn't pay a lot of attention to that room. I mainly focused on the other ones.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Things out of order.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 123 through 135. Ask you to just look through those and tell me if you recognize which room that is.
She matches the coffee pot. Just an observation. I'm a little teapot, short and stout.
What room is that?
That's the office.
Okay. And the statements to admit, Your Honor, 123 to 135? Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at Thommy, making sure he sees everything.
No objection.
123 to 135, what do you do there?
Now, it was in this room that Mr. Randolph explained that he was able to recover a gun that he later used to shoot Mr. Miller.
That's correct.
And do you recall in the interview where it was that he said he got the gun from?
He described it as a shoe rack in the closet.
I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 123. Does that depict the area that he was speaking of?
It does.
And can you just kind of point to the jury where the shoe rack was hanging according to him?
Right here.
And so he explains that he recovers a gun from that area and that's what he ultimately uses to shoot Mr. Miller?
And a clip.
And a clip. And then I think you testified earlier that he describes sort of a physical bumping into each other in a doorway
Yes,
with Mr. Miller before he shoots him.
correct.
Is that doorway depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
And that doorway is to that long hallway between the garage and the master bedroom?
correct.
Now, were you aware of whether or not there was prescription medication in the residence?
I was aware there was.
Do you know if any of that appeared to be taken, or would that be a question for Detective O'Kelly?
That would probably be a question best addressed to him.
Okay. In the description of the encounter that Mr. Randolph gave you on the 9th of May, did he describe whether or not that door leading from the house to the garage was open or closed prior to the time he shot Mr. Miller?
During the initial interview with him, he described it as being closed, but then he opened it after he retrieved the pistol from Mr. Miller.
Did he talk to you about what hand Mr. Miller had his gun in, meaning the gun of Mr. Miller?
I believe he said the right.
Okay. In describing his actions that night, did he explain to you that he attempted to render aid or resuscitate Mrs. Randolph?
He did.
And he said he kind of flipped her over?
Correct, following the directions from the fire department operator.
Okay. When you were speaking with Mr. Randolph at homicide, did you notice whether or not his clothes appeared to be heavily bloodstained?
I did not.
Did you see any evidence of bloodstaining at all?
I don't recall seeing any. There may have been some small bloodstains, but I don't recall seeing them.
Okay. At some point after the 9th, does yourself and other detectives ask Mr. Randolph to do what's called a walkthrough?
Yes.
Who arranged that?
I arranged it.
And how did you do that?
By telephone with Mr. Randolph. I believe Detective O'Kelly and I may have also spoken to him that night about doing one, but then I followed up on the phone with him.
And I probably should have started with this question, but what is a walkthrough?
So a walkthrough is where we take a witness or a victim of a crime, and we basically have them on videotape and audio recording walk us through the sequence of events that led up to the incident and then things that happened following the incident.
And was there a particular time or day selected in order to do the walkthrough?
We arranged to do the walkthrough at approximately the same time as when the incident occurred. So I believe we scheduled it for somewhere around 8:30 at night.
To kind of mimic the time that the incident occurred at?
Yes.
Okay. And who from homicide came to the walkthrough?
So it was myself, Detective O'Kelly, Detective Wilson, who is Detective O'Kelly's partner, our sergeant, Sergeant Albee, and then I believe we had Don, I can't remember his last name, our videographer from the police department was also there.
Okay. So there were some detectives from homicide, a homicide sergeant, and then a videographer who works for Metro.
Yes, and I believe a couple crime scene investigators showed up at some point.
Okay. The videographer is just someone that you call up to kind of assist with doing the walkthrough?
Yes, Don Bell.
Okay. See, you got the name. Did all the homicide detectives drive there and sort of get there ahead of Mr. Randolph?
I don't recall if we got there ahead of him or as he got there, but we all arrived there separately.
Okay. And then ultimately Mr. Randolph arrives?
Yes.
Do you remember how it was that he got there?
Drove. I believe he was with his brother.
And so he arrives with his brother.
Yes.
Who greets them?
I do.
And do you introduce yourself to the brother? Or, I mean, Mr. Randolph already knows you, but.
Yes, I would have introduced myself to him, and then I would have explained to Mr. Randolph what we were going to do.
Okay. And the purpose was for him to kind of walk through within the house what happened, what his version of events was between himself and Mr. Miller that night.
Yes.
And that recording was ultimately sent to the DA's office and the defense?
It was.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 317, which is the walkthrough.
Oh, dang.
317.
No objection.
Okay, 317, amendment.
Oh, sorry.
All right, we're going to see the whole thing now. The one that's on, there's a part cut out from the one that's on Law and Crime right now.
What we're gonna want you to do is just, I want you to give us your name, date of birth, social security number, your address here, and then explain to us what your understanding is of what we're gonna do here.
My name is Tom Randolph. It's my understanding we're doing a walkthrough of the house, kind of a reenactment of what happened last Thursday.
It's your desire to come out here and do this for us, right, so we can get an understanding of what was going on?
It's my desire, not my desire, but I'm cooperating with you.
Okay. And you came out here on your own free will? Right?
Correct.
Ready? Yeah.
The driveway, about when I start to make the curve, about right. About there, we start opening the door up. I will stop because there's not enough room for both cars to get in there. We can't get both cars in and get both people out, so I stop the car. Sharon gets out. She had the steak and lobster from Charcoal Grill or something. So she gets out, closes the door. She goes on in, starts walking in. I give her a little bit of head start, get to the door. I start pulling in. By then, she's pretty much got in. I may not be able to get the car in at all because of the people moving the car when they clean, but I'll try.
She's already in the house.
She's going in the house about right now. I'm not gonna be able to get out of the car, so I'm gonna have to move the car over and take it out. Well, I actually start shutting the door as I get in. I would have already shut the door. It would have been coming down as I start getting out. This is about how close it was that night, so that's probably. The bag from Charcoal Steak or whatever, and it's really a bright red. And this hall light wasn't on at the time. So just about like this, and I turned the light on myself as we got in. And I could see that red thing that was up underneath her, and I thought it was blood. I thought that was blood then. And I started getting nervous about backing off, and I actually came to the door, and I touched it, and I stopped. And put it back down, because I thought, no, I was gonna go get a neighbor, and they took something like that. About right here, when I was like this, I was trying to kind of get a view. I thought it just seemed like a shadow or something over this way. And I remembered that there's the 9mm right up here, because earlier I taken all my guns, put them in a suitcase, was gonna take them to Utah and switch the guns around. I reached right up here, got the gun, and as I got the gun, there's also an extra clip. There's a few up there, but I got the gun and the clip. Right normally it would be right in here. Right in here. And I still, I was trying to be attentive to where's, what's going on out there. And like I said, and I'd already started to run, and then I just reached up just like that, grabbed it, stuck it in my pocket, came around just like that. About that time, he's right up on me. Just right up on me. We actually touched right about here. And he's short. He's short. And when I don't know if he gave me an elbow, but as we came around like that, I was kind of coming out. I was actually going to try to be slow, and look out, but it just happened too quickly. Came up and he kind of banged into me about right here. And then he went over to about right here, and somewhere along here, I bit my mouth or something, trying to say something like, what the fuck, or something. And he looked kind of like, I don't know if he was looking here to see if there was somebody else or what. And there was he had on a sweatshirt, and I don't remember if I seen the handle in the sweatshirt, if I seen the handle in his pants, but he was doing something, going for something down in here. And as we got up in here, he kind of rushed up on me a little bit, and that's when I pushed him, boom, boom, boom. He started going out toward the shed. I don't know how many times I shot him, but I just kept right going. Boom, boom, boom. And he just laying there. Just laying there. And I look back because I'm trying to make sure everything's cool. Kind of stepping back like that. And about that time, I heard the really, really loud noise. And what had happened is, I guess he hit the refrigerator and help me here, the fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher fell down. I didn't know what it was, but it made a loud clunk. And I was kind of, like I said, I was kind of looking back because I don't hear well. And I can't tell depth perception, anything. And when I heard the noise, I was kind of, like I said, backing up and kind of trying to make sure there's nothing else going on. And when I heard that noise, it really did scare me. Like, except the door didn't come down. It had stayed just like it was open. And I actually got close. And I don't know if I shot him once, I shot him twice, and then started coming back down this way. He wasn't moving. Some noise. Come back down this way. I mean, real, just, Sharon. She's not.
What are you doing when you're doing this?
Do what?
What are you doing now?
I'm just kind of trying to see if anything else is going on. Like there's anybody around. And I came in here, and then I started going here, and Sharon's laying right here. And I think I turned this light on then, turned that light on. And I did not go in there. I don't know why. She was kind of in the way here, and I could see stuff all over there. I mean, stuff, these boxes, there was some clothes, the drawers was open, but she was laying here, and by then I could tell she was hurt really, really bad. I mean, the blood was just, then you could see thick blood. And I came back over and I went to call 911. And I came back over, and I didn't have my phone. And it keeps falling off of me. I come back through here, and
He's literally acting this out.
just kind of, just didn't know what to do, just kind of looking around.
So bizarre.
And I dialed 911 and the phone didn't work. And I remember saying, fuck, what a time for a Vonage to go out. And I stuck the phone in my pocket, and I thought about Sharon's cell phone. And I looked around, because sometimes she sits it on the on the table, so I don't know how long she'd been, because I was for a minute letting the door come down, listening to the song, looked on the table, came back out. Come through here, I tried actually about right here, I'll take it back, about right here. I tried 911 again, and it was busy. When I called 911, it was busy. So I said, good, it's not Vonage. And I got back over here where I could kind of see everything. And I called 911 again, and that's when whoever said 911 and said, slow down, you're breathing too hard, slow down, whatever. And what's the emergency? And I don't remember for sure what I told them, something about my wife been shot. This guy's tried to rip me off, I shot him. I think she said, did you shoot your wife or something? I don't remember what all was said. You guys will have to get the tape of that, I don't remember. But just said that you'd been shot really bad, we needed paramedics out here. Had to hurry, she told me not to hang up the phone. Asked about the guns, I think she asked about was there guns in the house? I said, yeah, there was guns in the house. And I think then that's when she said, I'm gonna, don't hang up. She told me 2 or 3 times not to hang up, but, she told me don't hang up, but she said, something about she's gonna put a paramedic or a medical person or somebody on the phone now and listen to them. And I said,
She asked you what your address was?
yeah, I'm sure she did. So I told her the address. I think maybe that's when she told me to slow down. I was too excited or something. Well, I'm assuming I gave her this 165-17 Rancho Santa Fe Drive. But, I may have said it wrong. I don't know what it does. I do remember once she told me to settle down. I was too excited or something. And anyway, the paramedic got on the phone and he says, so what's happened with your wife, or describe your wife or whatever, something to that effect. And I said, well, she's been shot. She's bleeding a lot she's on her belly. She's bleeding a lot underneath her head. I don't remember exactly, but I described basically whatever was going on with her. And that's what I remember. She was bleeding under her head, and that's what I said. And I told him I had taken a pulse and I couldn't get a pulse. And he said, you've already taken one. And I said, yeah. And I believe that's what happened. He asked me, and I said, yes. And he says, okay, now listen close. This isn't going to be, he was basically telling me it was going to be yucky. I don't remember the words he used, but he said that we needed to take care of Sharon or she was going to die. And it wasn't going to be pleasant, is maybe what he said. And I said, that's okay, I can do it. Let's just do what we got to do. And so he told me to roll her over. And I went over and, I guess I had this phone still. So that's what he said, keep the phone by you. And I went over and it seems like he told me to lay the phone down now and roll her over. So he said, we keep the phone by me, don't hang up. But I got down like this now this is the back part, and it was bad then, but it's really bad tonight, so it may not be exactly like that. But I laid the phone down something like that. I said, Sharon, I'm trying to get her to respond in some way. And told her that she wasn't responding, and he said, you're gonna have to roll her over and do the chest compressions. And I says, okay, and so I tried to roll her over several times, and I couldn't get her over. It was just too much weight for me. It was hurting me. I remember running and trying to get her over, and I told the guy, I got him back on the phone, it seems like I told him, I can't get her over. I said, because she's just too big. And then I said,
I want to punch him.
This is really freaking me out. I says, I don't think I can do this. I says, the other guy is just down the hall and he's got a gun and he shot my wife. He tried to fight, shoot me, or I think he said shoot me, but he might have said fight with me. Tried to shoot me and he's just laying in the garage. For all I know, he could get up any time and shoot me again. And the guy says, okay, let's take care of that. He says, get up. He says, you got your gun? I said, yeah. And he says, okay, get your gun, get up very slowly, walk toward the man. I think he told me not to hang up. And I know when I started to get up, I pushed like that, because I remember it left a blood thing somewhere right here, trying to balance myself to get up. And I got up, got around Sharon, excuse me, and I had it either in my pocket, in my belt loop, something. I took the gun, kept looking back. I'll tell you what, too, about this time, and I did not tell you that, but about this time, I got anointed, and I went in the shower, and I just went like that, and backed off, except it didn't do that. It went back in. It just kind of went, because I started thinking there was somebody in the shower. And that I didn't put in the report. I remembered that later and was gonna call you, but I didn't. And go back down the hall, and the guy's talking. I turn on the light because it had went off. And he's laying right here. The hood, I don't think the car was this far up. I think the car was a little bit further back, but he was laying, yeah, it was definitely further. I park all the way over. When I park, all the way over against the edge, because if you don't, you can't get out. And my car will stop right there, so I can get out where those buckets, where those, that JVC thing is. That's as far as my front end will go, and then I can get out after that. Sharon backs, or pulls in about where she's at, and we can get in. Just had a little more room that way. And that night, the car was a little bit further back. The truck was a little further, I think, this way, and maybe a little further back. But anyway, he's laying right here, and he had on a sweatshirt, and I think he still had on the gloves, as far as I remember. But I do remember the ski mask was right up here by one of his hands, sort of, or by up here somewhere. And there was sacks like this. And he got in the car, there was sacks that was in the trunk. That he was, because he said he had a date. And my briefcase was in the trunk. It was one of the last things I did before I leave was get my briefcase out of the trunk and throw it in the back of Sharon's car. I always lift the seat up, stick the bag underneath the seat and close the seat down so nobody can see it. Because I'm paranoid somebody will steal my bag with my medicine and my money in it. And I'm talking to the guy and I said, I don't see the gun. I says, there's some bags of stuff here. I says, there's my bag. I says, I'm in the bags, and he's got one of my bags, and it's the bag that is in there on the living room table that, I think it's a Walmart bag. And he says, well, find the gun, it has to be in there. And I remember reaching into the bag and feeling around, and I stuck my finger. And there wasn't, I didn't feel a gun in there. Like I said, this was a little further back, because I went around over here, and I was still keeping a pretty good eye on him. I walked around back in here and had room to get through there, looking for the gun. And that's when I seen the fire extinguisher up under the tire and realized, I mean, the funniest things pop into your head. But I realized I just shot this guy 2 times because the fire extinguisher fell down. But that's just how it happened. And I went over here looking to see if I could see the gun, and about that time the timer went off on the garage door, and it just went black in here, and it just scared the living hell out of me. So I got back about right here and just kind of stepped real big because I knew he was over there, and turned the door back on, turned back around, told him I couldn't find it. He told me it has to be there. If he had a gun, it has to be there. Carefully roll him over and see if it's there, or something about rolling him over. And I just put my foot on him and up on the shoulder and kind of pushed on him, and he kind of tilted that way. And when he did, then he kind of went like this, and I reached down right here. Let's see, if he was laying this way, it would have been this hand. It would have been this hand, because he was laying something like this on his head, and when I pushed him over, then his hand dropped down, and it was right here under this hand. He wasn't holding it, but it was his hand was right by it. He was holding it, I'm assuming, but he wasn't holding it then. And I picked it up by the, by the wood part on it, and brought it in here, told the guy I got the gun. He said, throw it, put it somewhere in another room where it's safe, and lock the door. So I locked the door, except this is a lot faster. This all is just going really fast. And I remember seeing, I'm assuming,
Oh, his grunts
I'm
make me want to
assuming
punch
it's
him.
these things. And this has been moved, because I don't even remember if this was in there or not. I know it wasn't over there, I'm sure. But it was either here or laying on here. I think it was on here. And I threw the gun, I got just about to right here, and I just threw the gun like that. I don't remember if it stayed up on the top, if it fell down in the garbage can, but I was done with it for then. I went back down in here to my wife, got back to where I was at, told him everything was cool, got back down here, and shook Sharon again, talked for a minute, and I said, she's still not moving, but she's bleeding really, really bad. And he says, well, you've got her, she's gonna die if you don't do this now. So I'm not gonna be unpleasant. He says, now put down the phone and roll her over and then talk to me. So I remember from CPR and stuff that she had to do the counter weights or whatever, so seems like I lifted this arm, kind of lifted her up and pulled this arm under and one of these knees sort of over. And kind of, I just had to jerk her. There wasn't, it wasn't like a gentle, loving thing by any means. It was like, and about the third time I jerked enough that she got up kind of straight up, and I just kind of pushed her over, and she came over, and it was the grossest thing I had ever seen in my life. And my wife that died of a heart defect was pretty gross, but just really thick, blobby stuff coming out of the mouth. And I don't know if it was blood, I don't know if it was some type of matter. And I remember the box was under here and it was slick, and I tried to push the box like that back, trying to get the leverage. And there was the other gun, another gun laying right here. And I picked it up, and I don't know why for sure that I was gonna check it to see if it was loaded. And I don't know why, because I know guns better than this. I don't know revolver that much, but I pushed the revolver, the button of the cylinder drops open. And I'm thinking like a safety button or something. But anyway, I just pushed it, and I could see that the cylinder was starting to come open. So I just closed it back and just threw it back, just dropped it right there, and started doing the chest compulsions, compressions. Got him on the phone, told him what was going on. I reached across like this, took her pulse one more time, no pulse, and pulled her blouse up, and I went up from the sternum or whatever is the way I was taught to do it. And I went up to where the sternum is and then put you go up one fist up and then one fist over it. And I know the whole time I'm probably crying and yelling, Sharon, God damn it, fuck, Sharon, fuck. talk to me, something like that. And I'm doing the correct chest compressions, and then I kind of thought, maybe I'm not doing these right, I'm kind of doing them like a wild man. So then I started 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, and I'm really just getting tired. And every time I pushed on them, blood just oozed out. And I did that for, it doesn't seem like it was very long, maybe 10, 20 compressions on my own, and then maybe 15 where I was counting 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000. And I told the guy, I says, I got a bad back, and bad neck, and I says, I just don't got too much left in me. And he said, the police are here, go let them in the front door. Just go let them in the front door. And I got up and went and let the police in the front door. Yeah, I don't remember what I did with the phone. And I just came right in here. And what's weird about the door, and this I do not remember for sure, but it seems like when I undid the door that I did it all right. I looked to make sure the buzzer was off, and then I realized it was too dark, so I turned all these lights on and turn them off again to make sure I had all the right ones, because one of them works the floodlight, one of them works this light, and one of them works the porch light. But anyway, I turned them on and off again, make sure I had them right, and I unlocked the doors, got to, and by then the cops are yelling, put your hands up, whatever, and I think they must have had some type of lights or something, maybe just car lights, but it was really bright in here. And I did the same thing on this, but it was like I locked the door instead of unlocking it. So then I had to go back and do it again to come out. And that's the only thing really weird I remember, is that I thought that I had unlocked the door, and it seems like I locked them and then unlocked them. And that don't make any sense to me, because they should have just been unlocked. I mean, I should have just unlocked them once rather than, and I may have only done it once. It may just be my mind. But in my mind, it seems weird to me. It seems like I locked them rather than unlocked them. And then I just went outside, and cops grabbed me and just took me down, took my money, took my clip, took my gun, took my little pill bottle thing, took my keys, took everything I had in my pocket. They didn't check my shoes, didn't check,
That's probably.
I was just gonna say, because this camera's starting to tweak me. I wasn't planning on camping out in there, I was just
You
getting,
gone into the room and you took the gun from the shoe rack that's hanging in the closet
and a clip.
and a clip, and you put the clip in your pocket. And then when you were coming, you started to come out.
I did come out.
Okay, you are actually all the way out.
About right here,
Okay, so you're in the doorway,
and he's coming right by.
okay, and he started towards you. How far back into the room do you think that you went?
Well, I went right here to the door. No, when I came in here like this, decided, okay, I thought I seen something right there. I just went just like that. Got it, tucked it in there, came back, forgot about that, it was where he is.
Standing right in here.
Not even closer, I'll big, up here.
Okay.
Okay, and then he kind of comes in twice.
You look like I'm facing you now?
He's more like going out, but he's looking, he's looking at him.
I'm officially grossed out.
The courtroom disconnected, Sharon, or we're gonna need to.
Okay.
between him insulting her and him blabbering and him hacking?
No, when I came in here like this, decided, okay, I thought I'd seen something right there. I just went just like that. Got it, stuck it in there, came back right about that, about right there. He's about right where he is.
Okay, so he's standing right in this
And
area.
even closer, about about here.
Okay.
Okay, and then he just kind of comes in to where I come out.
Facing you, like I'm facing you now?
He's more like going out, but he's looking, he's looking at me. He's looking at me.
But he's making his motion north towards the door.
And I don't know if he's making his toward the door or more toward just coming around this way. I'm just saying he wasn't that far. He was about right here.
Okay, he's about here, and he's going towards the garage door.
I don't know that he's going toward the garage door. He's just going to right here, because as far as I know, that's where we met.
Just if you could, not me doing it, if you could explain his actions for me, you could just kind of show what you remember him doing.
He just came up, just coming up right up here, well, he's just about right here. And I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he's doing, because I just turned around and got this and turned around, and right there he was.
Well,
There he
that's
was.
what was in his head. What was he physically doing? What were his movements that you remember?
Just about, well, that was about it. He just walking like this, and he knew, I think he knew I went in there. I don't know if he seen me go in there or what, but what he
What did you
did,
see him do? If you could just repeat his movements.
it's like that, just kind
So he stepped into the doorway and squared off on it?
of, yeah,
Okay.
more of a, about there. Yeah, maybe about right there. He was looking first. I thought he was looking at something, but I guess he was just looking through me.
Because you guys are just a few inches away from each other.
Just a few inches away, and he's going. I had just come down with the gun, and you can see my gun. I have the gun, and he's doing for something. I don't know what he's doing. He's either getting a gun or gonna fuck me, because he's doing something with his pants.
He's facing this way, and he's got both hands or just one?
Just one, but I don't know for sure.
It's stamped in your memory, and I'm sure that you're never gonna forget it.
I think it was his hand. He was digging in, because I was thinking I could probably hit him. I think it was his hand here he was digging with. Well, he had both hands down, because one hand
Hands, and it looks like his
one-
hand was digging.
was like this hand.
Okay.
And then came up with, kind of cut the other hand up like a defensive move almost.
He did?
Yeah, well, he was just getting it up. I don't know if he was gonna push me or what.
What
It's
was he
about,
saying?
I don't know that anything was said. There was something said like, fuck you, or oh fuck, or fuck this, because I remember saying, fuck a few times. Fucking come in my house or something like that, or something. I just, just
Did he say
shit.
anything to you?
I don't remember. I don't think he did. I don't think he
So
did.
he steps up in here, and then he turns and he squares off against you, and then what do you do?
He just about like that. That's it. Then he moves on down here.
He didn't turn in on you?
Nope, he didn't come in on me. He just, well, maybe a little bit on me, but not like we was gonna fight. He was more, and you know what happened when we came in like this, you sort of like this, when we came out like this, I don't know if he was, because he's looking for his stuff, and then with this hand came up, and I thought he was gonna push me, but I think what he did is did the pants, because somehow it seems like maybe his mask came up a little bit.
Alright, so he lifts his own right arm and takes.
I don't know that for sure. I'm just trying to just come around. But I remember we may have just touched here a little tiny bit.
Where was he in relation to you when you fired the first time?
Maybe right there.
So is he going?
No, he's turning toward me still. He's still,
Shuffling, how's he doing?
nope, he's still trying to dig. He's still digging out. He's just like this, just digging out, and I'm kind of coming. I'm just coming at him. I'm gonna shoot him. There's no.
He's in here and he squared off on you. How did he get there?
He seen me, then he just turned around, just kind of, no, he wasn't running, he was backing the whole time, keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me. He's keeping an eye on me, see where I'm going.
Okay, so now he's gotten over to here and he's still squared off against you?
Pretty close, I think. I just started shooting. Yeah. I just started shooting. I don't know if I fired the first shot, I just shot.
Straight up, squared on you?
Don't know. I think he's still facing me. He might have been a little more. No, I don't think so. I think then I may have already shot him when he put the gun up, but he's more maybe kind of like that. Seems like it was like that, because it was just like, it was close. It was pretty close. Might have been a little further back. Yeah, and then he was headed toward the door. And that was it.
All right, so show me his movement from the time that he came up here, back here, where you first seen him. Show me what you saw him do. Oh, back here.
Ugh, the grunting. Ugh.
No, it'll be over.
Bleh.
I closed the door after they told me to go get the gun and close the door.
Well, this is before all that's happening, though, because you're still confronting him.
Right. And I had the door, when I came in and seen Sharon,
Oh,
I have the door. Yeah, I stood here from this Sharon, called at her a couple of times. I actually started, like I told you, I pushed the garage and then stopped it, because I was actually gonna go get the neighbors. And I thought, you chicken shit, go see what's wrong with your wife. And I closed the door back down, and then it just like that, came up here and about right here. I just thought, oh, this ain't cool, and started going in to get the gun. And like I said, just as I started to go in here, I don't know if he went in, if he came out, if he jumped across, and it was just out of the corner of my eye, but I think he was hiding. I think he was in that bedroom, and he just stuck his eye out enough that I could just see him in the drum room. Yeah, I think so. Just enough that I could see him, and just out of the corner of my eye. And that's what I just got scared. I just got scared, and I said, fuck it, I know there's a gun in there. And I thought, I just grabbed it and turned around. He was coming down. I think he was running. I think he was probably gonna run away. And and right around in here somewhere, we actually kind of bumped into each other just for a split second.
Okay, if he's running towards that open door.
Well, I don't know, he was going toward the door as much as maybe he was coming toward me.
Okay, so show me what you saw from the moment you could see him, after you get the gun.
I almost ran into him.
Right.
Okay, he's coming down here, and it's like he was looking to see if I was in there for sure. I don't know if he was like thinking maybe I'm just standing here waiting to pop him if he goes by, but he is kind of like just like this. And I was right up on him. Right on him.
Until you see him.
Actually, I came forward a little bit because we made contact, but that's when I bit the side of my mouth. I thought I hit the door or something. It was just from contact. I might even have maybe I might have pushed his mask up because I'm taller when we came in here.
Well, you'd be pushing it down, I mean, short.
Pardon me?
You'd be pushing it down, not up, right?
Well, I'd be pushing kind of sideways. I wasn't like knocking it off or anything with my hands. I think just body movement.
Right, Tom, so
And
if you-
I'm thinking maybe it clogged his vision.
You've gone into the room, you retrieved the gun, you're coming back out, show me his movement from the time you see him until the time he goes down. Repeat that for me, you actually do that.
Okay, I'm coming out about the same time too, and about right here, we hit. And he's coming down just like
You first
this.
see him, he's there, he squares off on you.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay,
Kind of.
then what happens? Again, just his movement, not yours.
Like kind of like that, and I was already shooting.
Okay, so
I was already shooting.
when you first fire, he's right in this area.
Yeah,
Still facing.
probably, maybe a little more that way, maybe a little more this way.
Okay.
Because I kind of just,
Where do you think he hit him?
probably, maybe in the arm or the chest. Unfortunately, I don't think I hit him because he just kept going.
Okay, so after you fired the first time, does he stay squared off on you?
No,
Does he
no,
turn you go?
No, he's going.
Okay.
And I'm shooting the whole time. Seems like maybe about right here, he actually gets turned away from me.
Okay, so you fire the first time, and now he stepped. Go ahead and repeat his movements for me, whatever you remember.
Wherever we're doing something here,
Yeah.
and I don't know if I hit him, I don't know if that's when he got his gun out, if he just said, fuck it, I'm running, I don't know what the deal was. It seems like I shot him again, maybe like about right here, and then he started turning like this toward the door. And I shot. I may have emptied the gun, I don't know.
How many times do you think you fired before you got to the door?
As many times as I could. I don't know.
How many times do you think?
I think the gun holds 8, and if it had one in the chamber,
That's 9.
it's 9, and I don't remember it staying open, so it had to be 8 or less. But
So then what happens after he's, now he's squared off against you, you fired the first
I
round.
fired once or twice, fired again.
And as he's rolling out the door. you fire again.
I'm firing and firing.
Okay, and then
He,
down right outside.
yeah, he is, by then I'm here, and he's down, laying, falling or laying down, I don't
Why does
know.
he land face first?
I think he does, because well, maybe on the shoulder, but kind of his head turned down.
From somewhere on his right side, Sean?
Kind of like,
Fronts.
kind of under his hand, but like that, but laying down. Because the car was to the back, and he's small.
Did you flip him over?
Yeah, I pushed him over here with my foot,
Right, so he's mostly on his right side and you pushed him further over?
right, to find the gun when the guy told me to. But I shot him before that again. I was standing right around, probably about right here. And this is all almost the same continuous motion. I'd already shot him and was coming up and he was down and kind of, doing whatever you do as you go down. And about that time, it's kind of scary. About that time, I had stopped shooting for a minute because I thought that's it, he's done. And about that time that the light went off, it was up. And that was the door. That fire extinguisher sits over here. I think the fan sits up. Anyway, this fire extinguisher, when I remember seeing it, was under my car, like that. But my car was further down. The fire extinguisher fell, and that's what the noise was.
Fired 2 more times from the threshold?
One or twice, I can't remember.
Okay.
Once or twice, and I was still in here.
So
And
he's laying head that way.
Almost head and body kind of this way, and his legs over here, one hand there. And that's about it.
Mostly on his-
No, wait, his hand would have been up underneath here, so he was kind of laying like this and laying like this at first. And when the noise came down, I shot 1 or 2 times along here.
Okay. So you said,
It may have been once, it may have been
where'd you hit
twice.
him then?
Pardon me?
Where'd you hit him?
I shot him in the head. Shot him in the head.
In the head?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
In the head or in the back area, somewhere through here.
You understand about that? You understand?
I think so. I somewhere around in here.
So you could see his head at that point? You
I
could see
see
his face? How was his head in relation to the floor? Was it facing down at the floor? Was it facing up towards you? Was it facing out to the side, to the west?
It's kind of facing this way. It's kind of down.
More or less down.
Yeah.
So you probably hit him,
And I don't think, let me think here.
you probably hit him in the back of the head? Did you tell it was Mike yet?
I knew it was Mike, because of his chin. But I don't know if he had his mask on then. It seems like he still had his mask on then. It happened really fast, I don't know. But it
Was he
seems
had
like
his
it's-
mask on when you were?
Yeah, he had his mask on there for sure. But I know when I came out, his mask was over here, I think. I don't know. I ain't gonna say that either, because that may have been some of the shit he got out of the house that was there. I don't know. So I really don't know. I was scared.
Well, when you're back here and you squared off on you, still have his mask on?
Yeah. But I think when we ran into each other, I think maybe it tilted a little bit. And I think that's what he was trying to do with his other arm, was be able to see. Because he was kind of acting like he didn't know what he was doing. And I just think that's scary. But then I started thinking he may not have been able to actually see out of where he did see. Just out the eye holes or whatever.
Okay, then when you went between him now turning and you continuing to shoot and him going to the ground, he still got his mask on.
I think so.
Because you couldn't tell who he was. Right?
I don't,
When he's facing you here in the hallway, if he had his mask off, you didn't know it was Mike, right?
oh yeah, I was still shot him. It wouldn't matter a bit. But, I really don't know.
So then, after that, after he goes down, you're standing there, the fire extinguisher falls, and you shoot him
It's kind of a reflex, we will,
in the head.
I think, yeah, just kind of the bigger area up in there, because he was kind of crunched up. And I walked around in there and tried to stay out of the blood and stuff, because the guy told me to find the gun.
And he didn't have anything in his hands, right?
In his hands?
Right, did he have anything in his hands here?
No, he was going for something in his hands.
Oh,
It is, I don't know if he was going in his,
pocket?
yeah, he had on sweatshirts with pockets. I don't know if it was one of those that go all the way through, if it's one that just had two pockets that zippers up.
He wouldn't carry anything.
No, he didn't have anything in his hands. He was going for something either in his pant loops, in his pocket, down in his pants, something, you know.
So
I wasn't really paying attention to what he was grabbing at. I was paying attention to killing him.
But so the bag and stuff, that was already out here. The bag of jewelry and everything was already out here on the ground.
Yes.
With the grocery bag that had his clothes in it.
I guess it has closed, and I don't know if that
Earlier
was.
in the day you saw him.
Yeah, earlier in the day, yes, he had date. He said he had date. That date because he wanted to borrow more money again.
And when you dropped him off on Rancho, was he wearing that sweatshirt? Remember him wearing the sweatshirt and the pants with the bleach stains on them and the cowboy boots that your wife gave to him?
No,
You wouldn't wear those? That's what he was wearing?
I can tell you, he'll tell you what he was wearing is the guy had, the Kawazuki place that sells motorcycles and, ski-doos, because they spend a lot of time with us.
The guy? Oh,
The salesman.
Oh, during, while you guys were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
They spend a lot of time with us. I shot at him a bunch of times. I don't know how many times I hit him or what, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, especially these first ones, right?
Yeah.
You don't have it tucked in, you have it stuck forward, you're probably inches away, right?
I think, it seems like on the first one, I kind of almost stood back a little bit, but I'm just not sure.
On, your wife, when you came back over here and you knelt down beside her here,
Uh-huh.
you had to lift her up and pull her arm up underneath her to get her to flip over.
Yeah, sort of.
So you're kind of grabbing her, you're reaching, getting her right arm underneath her and then flipping her under.
I think I was lifting more by her shirt and her leg, like the material in her leg to get her up. And I only got her up and then I kind of just balanced against her and then pulled again. I mean, I jerked. It wasn't a lift of any kind.
Where
It
was
was
her hand released?
right there.
So just like maybe.
This is
5
why
or
they
6
wanted it
inches
suppressed.
Yeah.
They did not want this in.
You didn't pull her this way?
No. But she's just too
Did
heavy.
you ever lift her up and then drop her?
No,
There wasn't a point where you stood strapped over the top of her and lifted her up and then dropped her back down?
no,
I mean, trying to
no,
jump her over, trying to lift her up.
no.
And when you first came in the door and you saw her, was there any movement? Did you see her moving at all?
I think it did, maybe like her body, like funny heartbreaks, but funny. And I thought she'd hurt her hip. She'd been playing with her hip had been catching. She wears these patches on her hip, and she'd been playing with her hip caught. And I thought maybe and I'll tell you what else too. It drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now. But she will leave 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. I don't know how many times I've hurt my back.
Oh,
In the middle of the night
gosh.
trying to be
Shut
quiet.
up.
I don't sleep at nights. And all of a sudden it's, motherfuck, Sharon, Jesus. And she'll have 6 or 7 pair of shoes out. It's like she booby traps the place. And that's what I thought. Maybe she had tripped over her own shoes and fallen.
These carpets that you keep in each room, how are they normally? Do you keep them like that? Are they usually squared off like when you step into the room?
I do, but Sharon that moves them. I don't do them the way she does.
Why does she move them? You know? I mean, when you expect this thing to be turned and squared off to the entrance way to the room?
I put them.
I wish he would fall and hit his face.
I put them like that because I figure it's so they don't catch here and so some of the dirt catches out here, but she pushes them back just like that. It's flat. And this one always goes, they always do. I don't know why, but they always do. Every single one of them does.
Do you ever buy anything out of that?
Under the carpet's not new.
And this, the 38 revolver, you keep where? You show that?
This is down. Matter of fact, I don't know who closed this.
When you came in, it was down.
This was down today. I'm gonna ask my brother if he closed that. That kind of tweaks me a little bit too. Or maybe Mike or Colleen did it when they was in here, but I didn't think they got in this far. But that's where it stays. And the reason he knew it was here is because you see this, Sharon had part of her disability is due to she can't see well. And one of the times we was fighting and I decided I was leaving, she says, fuck it, I'll just paint the house and get a renter. And apparently she just went gung-ho and decided to paint that day. And there's 2 or 3 places here and over here and over here, and there's some in the other room that don't match. And Mike was needing some money, and I said, Mike, I just don't, can't loan you no more, I don't have anything else for you for a while. And he says, how about if I could paint, man? I could paint these off, I could do that in 15, 20 minutes. And he went up there like this to show me, and I didn't have these 2 in at the time, I just had the one in. And when he was showing me, it pushed over and went on an angle, popped open. Oh, now I know where you keep that one. But he didn't really go anyway, because we went shooting or tried to go shooting a couple of times.
So you already know where it was.
Yeah, I don't think he was stupid. And I don't know about the doors, if he did that, if the cops did that, I don't know who did that. I mean, I know we put them up there a little nicer, but it wasn't like that when we went through. Or we getting close to done, my back's starting to hurt.
From the time you park the car, that all this happened pretty quickly. Did you open up the door, you called to Sharon, to see what was going on, she doesn't move, and you stepped in, and then you got near the door, you saw some movement, so you ducked in, grabbed the gun, and then as soon as you get back out, he's right adjacent to the door already. And you square off and have a confrontation, you shoot, boom, 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 he goes to the ground, fire extinguisher falls, and you end up firing 2 more times. And then after that, you come back over and check on Sharon, and clear the rest of the house?
I cleared the rest of the house, sort of,
Did a quick check to make sure there wasn't.
not like you guys, not like LP, but Metro did. My God, it should have been shot in the toe, she bled to death.
So,
I don't understand that still. It took them forever to come from here.
then you come over here, and you kneel down beside her and you check on her, and you go call 911? Or did you act right after you get done with the shooting, did you call 911?
As soon as I got done, as soon as he was down, I came and checked on her and checked her pulse, tried to move her, and then I could see that the blood was really, really bad. And went and called 911, I tried to, and that's when I thought the bondage was down, because it goes down a lot.
How long do you think it took you to get with the bondage goal?
I was checking, before I did the bondage, before I checked her, I was kind of checking these rooms out a little bit to see if there was anybody else in them. And
That's before you called 911?
yeah, and that was maybe 30, 40 seconds, maybe a minute. And
Did you want to
A
get
whack-a-mole.
yes, I've seen.
How long do you think it took you to get a hold of Ron?
I didn't get a hold of one, I got a hold of 911.
Get through on
2 minutes, because it was busy, and then it rang through, and then she got me. But,
So all told, how long do you think it took from the time you opened the door to you being on 911? You had mentioned before that you thought it was a lot quicker than obviously walking.
2-3 minutes maybe.
2-3 minutes, well.
Because I wasn't too concerned about the kids' room, because I could see all of it.
Nurse for God, gifted a membership.
And I'm thinking that the green light was on.
Thank you, Nurse
because
for God.
It seems like I could see the light coming through behind the door on the couch. You know,
Check
that
the
was,
things you're going to get the phone.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is I'm going to get the phone. There's nothing in the living room. Once I come around the corner, there's no place to hide in the living room. When I went into the other living room places, and that's where I sleep, is my back is on that couch, and there's a green floodlight that comes on at 8:30, and I think I'm seeing that green floodlight, and if there had been anybody hanging up there, I mean, standing up in that corner would have been able to see the light, so I don't even think I went in there. I think I just maybe pulled the door, pushed the door to see if it,
2-3 minutes stop.
yeah. And a lot of that was just waiting for them to answer, waiting for them to react to it.
With nowhere to go.
You think the bondage problem and getting through the 911, we're talking about how long? It's quick. Did you tell me
2 minutes maybe, 2 minutes.
2 minutes from the time you open the door to the time you're trying to call 911?
2 minutes.
Might have been a little longer than that, because I checked Sharon. I tried to start doing Sharon. As soon as I knew Mike was down, there was nobody else in this immediate area. And then it dawned on me that I don't care how good CPR, she's hurt, because, yeah, when I tried to turn her over, just blood just oozed out. And then I did the 911 thing. And that took a couple of minutes, but it wasn't very long. It wasn't very long.
His story just changed again.
Senior crime scene analyst here, Randy and Fail. And what we're wanting to do is these spots are more pronounced on the walls now because it's been a little bit of time. They spread out a little bit.
You gonna trade now your? He has a bunch.
So he just changed his story again. He said that it was 2 minutes before he called 911 or attempted to call 911 the first time. And again, he said, yes, we're going to be live, RA. Poor RA was hanging out in night court and he's tired today. So he said that it was 2 minutes before the time he came in, and he's like, well, it might have been a little bit longer because then I went over and I was trying to turn her over, and when I turned her over, blood was going everywhere. So then I went ahead and called 911. Okay, you just insulted her earlier and said you couldn't turn her over.
8-hour lunch recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express anything regarding this case or its findings or to you. Based on this 12:30, we will be in recess until 1:45. All rise for the jury.
Okay, let me pin this message. So here's my problem. One of many. Yes, Patricia. Patricia said, didn't he say too that the 911 operator told him to turn her over? Yes, but now his story is that he went over there to turn her over first, and then blood came out everywhere, and then he was like, "Oh, I'll call 911," when he just said that he didn't turn her over until later when he was on the phone with 911. And you can even hear in the 911 call with him with all that grunting and stuff he's doing. Look, I do the old lady grunt sometimes. I ain't gonna lie. But I feel like I'm a graceful grunter. And I feel like he is just not someone who I want to hear ever making those noises ever. Not cute. Not cute. Not a good look. Ugh. Not a fan. Let me move this over here so we can watch them to come back. So okay, so let's talk about some of the inconsistencies too. So I am a graceful grunter. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. So let's talk about some of the inconsistencies. First of all, the whole time he is pretty much the entire time that he is doing that walkthrough, he is talking, and then he doesn't show any emotion. Oh, C. Morales just gifted a membership. It went to Patricia. Patricia, welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yay. Welcome to the family. Patricia, thank you so much. C. Morales, thank you so much. Y'all are the best. Y'all are the best. Okay, so Jody Allgood, I think they are. Jody Allgood says, I'm trying to get better about reading these out loud for the lurkers because I do tend to forget sometimes. But yes, I think there's a good reason why defense wanted this left out, if at all possible, for this trial. They did not want because if you look at it, I don't think it's about him being on opioids, pain medicine, and possibly misremembering something, because the details that he's giving in this godforsaken video that never ends are the same details as he's giving in other recorded statements and things. So it's not that he's just out of it this night and, you know, they're worried about that being used against him. They know that this was a huge piece of evidence in the first trial for this. Oh, I hit my microphone. The first trial for this, his second murder trial, but the first trial for this. They knew that it was such a big deal in that one because that's one of the things in the juror interviews that they talked about too was, you know, the information that they had on just this was enough for them to feel like they had enough to convict based just solely on that. So this was a huge part of that, and they know that. So they tried to have this. This is one of those, if for those of y'all who missed the pretrial hearings, we have the Raid, welcome in. RA peeps, come on in, grab your seat, grab your Kool-Aid, 7-Up, a moon pie, chill out. We're just talking about, for all of those joining us from RA, we're talking about that amazing video, and we've done a vote. For those of y'all joining us, we just did a vote, and everybody wants to watch it again. So y'all, I'm just joking. Don't sign out real quick. I was just joking. We're not really going to watch it again, and nobody would vote for that. So the trial before, they used this as one of those things that was, yeah, she's snuggling. She's got her little baby and she's snuggling. I've got her little background thing that I got for her, should be here probably today or tomorrow, I think. So she's getting her little area all done up. She's a little cutie. So let's look at the inconsistencies from this. So he changed his story multiple times about the mask. It was that he had the mask on, and then he had the mask on up to here. And then, oh, well, when I hit him, you know, or when there was a scruffle, I'm taller, so I probably pushed the mask up. And, you know, and Detective O'Kelly even said, well, wouldn't you have pushed the mask down because you're taller than him? And he's trying to make sense of that. So all of that stuff, all of the stuff with the mask is not making sense. He also, the places that he's saying, you know, oh, he was right here when I started shooting, and he was right here, and then I kept shooting right here. None of that makes sense because there's no evidence of him shooting where he said he shot in that hallway. So if you remember, Glenn, what was his name? Funny fella in the pre-trial hearing, Glenn something. Do you remember when he was saying that when he talked to Tom and Tom had offered him insurance money to take out his wife at the time because he was dating wife number 5, Frances at the time. They had not gotten married yet, and he wanted to get rid of the other wife. So he had talked to Glenn about doing that. Do you remember the way that Glenn said it? He said he offered me insurance money from it, and he said, Morrison, that was it. He said that I would come in and stage it to look like a robbery, shoot the wife, and then take off, and I would take the jewelry and things like this in a bag, you know, cash, whatever. And he would give me 30 minutes to get away before he called police. So the way I'm thinking is that is more than likely the scenario that happened here. I think that Mike was waiting when they got back, because that's another inconsistency too. Remember yesterday he said that Mike had come over. Well, how did he come over? Well, I assume on his bike. But then they went out looking at jet skis because nothing helps a sore back like a jet ski, right? So they go out looking at jet skis, and when they're on the way back, Lady in Gray gifted a membership. Thank you, Lady in Gray. It went to Valley Girl. Valley Girl, welcome to the family.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to the family. Thank you so much, Lady Gray. I appreciate that. So when he was talking to detectives a couple hours after the murders, he told them that Mike had shown up. And then when they were on the way back from jet ski shopping, which is the first thing people do when they get, hurt backs, they are on the way back, and he said he dropped him off because he was going to go visit his girlfriend. So he showed up at their house and thought it was on a bike, but then he left because he was dropped off and he never got his bike. So that just, none of that stuff made sense. Then you look at all the stuff with the mask. Okay, he had a mask on. Well, he had a mask on, but it was pulled up to here. Well, he had a mask on, but I shot him in the head. Well, there's no blood or defects in the mask other than the defects that are already there for the eyes and stuff. There's no bullet wounds or bullet defects in the mask. No blood on it, and it wasn't on him. It was on the floor in the garage with nothing on it. So here again, it's more inconsistencies. Then you look at the shell casing and there's not the blood spatter in the hallway that you would expect if he's shooting him from right here and then bam, 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 and all that drama that he does. None of that is there. So that's another inconsistency. There were also some things that that Detective Mogg said that were pointed out. The drawers that had been pulled out, like, because the place was ransacked. That's BS. That's like okay, if y'all are going to stage a crime scene, this is stage a crime scene 101, people. Have we not watched Lifetime movies? Have we not seen Gone Girl? These are things that this is literally every episode of Dateline ever. If you're going to stage a crime scene, you don't just open some drawers and ruffle some things around. No, that's not how you stage a crime scene. It's like, how many times have you seen them go into a crime scene and they're like, oh yeah, this looks like a staged crime scene. You don't pull all of the drawers out the same amount and then just mess some things up. Like, that's not, think about if somebody's actually going through your house, they're going to be, if they're really pulling your drawers out looking for everything, stuff's going to be, they're not going to be like, oh, let me rummage through here a little bit. And, oh, this sleeve is going to drop over this drawer. No, they're going to be throwing shit and stuff. Sorry. It's going to be, it's not going to be like, oh, all of the drawers are pulled out, just this much. And, this over here is just like this. It makes no sense. It was one of the things that Detective Mogg noticed. Another thing, he said that he got the gun and decided that his best option when he got that gun from wherever he got it from near Mike Miller, he said maybe it was on the ground beside him. Maybe it was in his pocket. Maybe it was, right here. Maybe it was 100 different places, but he got it from somewhere around Mike Miller. And his best plan is to go in there and toss it in the trash can in his bedroom. Make it make sense. He tells detectives that's where he was shooting for, but where it really went was on top of clothes, on top of a suitcase. So it's another thing that is just another huge inconsistency. Woohoo! Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just appreciating your channel and all the people in it. We have the best people. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. So, who wants Brainy to live stream how to stage a crime scene at my house? I am too much of a neat freak for that, because it would be, I'd be throwing stuff and do it. I mean, y'all, you don't just open a few drawers and mess up a couple, knit sweaters. Like, that's not staging. And then that's one thing that they do too at crime scenes too. This is like crime scene Fakers 101 when they just turn over like one table and a lamp or something. Like that's not how it works. It's another one of the things that they noticed. Also, the entire time he's doing the walkthrough, he shows no emotion about, this was so, difficult. He's like, oh yeah, it was gross. There's blood coming out. And, but he has no emotion on how the sixth love of his life had been in such a terrible, there was no sense of sadness or trauma or emotion. It was all, yeah, she leaves shoes out. And I always tell her, then I'll come out here and I'm like, yeah, I'm falling and me. There's no sense of like, look, my daddy could be a pain in the tush. He could. But when he passed away, you could not have paid me to say a negative word about that man for, I don't even know how long. It's just the pain of having lost somebody that you love so much. The last thing I'm going to do is go fussing about, yeah, he leaves, stuff places and, he's too big for me to turn over. And he's, the way that and she got on a kick and she wanted to paint this and none of it matched. So then I was going to have him fix it. And the constant digs he takes at her and talking about her in that way to these detectives and showing no love in his heart, no love in his eyes, no love in his voice. All he does is take shots at her and these little digs and complaining about her. Lord knows that man's a complainer. And the things that would be the important things to remember, like details about the mask and details about the gun and things like that, those things that would be the important things to remember, those are all fuzzy explanations. But, Lord, he tells you about where he puts his Walmart bags and he saw, he heard this noise and it reminded him of this and, his drum room, the most ridiculous details that have no significance. He will over explain those in a way to just pile up a whole bunch of crap and then try to move quickly through the things that actually matter. And it's a tactic that is very common for people who are full of crap like he is. It's something that you very commonly see people do when they're lying. They will over-explain and give a bunch of insignificant details while skipping through the things that actually matter. If you had been a part of some kind of tragic event and detectives are there asking you, walk me through this so that we can understand what happened. Do you think that you are going to walk them through the events, how you're remembering them so that they understand what happened? Or do you think you're going to be like, yeah, she leaves her shoes here. Let me tell you something about what she does that has nothing to do with anything. But she leaves her shoes and she does this and she does that. And and then all of the stupid details about how he normally keeps this here and he normally keeps that there. And okay, so if this ever happens, just so we know, somebody screenshot this. If this ever happens, we know where to come. We know where to come looking. Recovery Addict said, if I committed a burglary in Brainy Churchwell's house, I would bump every picture and wall hanging so they are crooked 1 or 2 degrees. That's my signature move. I'd notice too. I would notice. And I'd be like, Dang it, recovery addict. I see that 2 degrees over there. Somebody screenshot that in case it ever happens. Just joking. I think that, yes, I've an unnecessary details. This is the biggest thing. Unnecessary details are the first red flag of a liar. There you have it. If you've been through something incredibly traumatic, there will be things that you will remember. I know that I've never been through this, but I've had a traumatic experience, and things that I remember from it, I do remember like small little details of like certain moments, almost like it's a screenshot in like 1 or 2 small moments, but not the entire thing. Like I can remember, very specific things about maybe 2 moments during the entire event. And the rest of it is a blur. And I remember specific, big parts of it. But as far as all those little ridiculous details that don't matter that we had to just listen to for that entire time, that's not something that is common in trauma. He's awful. He's awful. We did a poll for those of y'all joining us. We did a poll on how much of that story you think that police believed. And I don't remember what were our options, y'all. It was like, all of it. Yeah, it seems legit. And I think there was one person who voted for it, but I'm pretty sure it was probably an accident. And then there was, you are not good at sneaking in. That's 80s music, man, when he tries to sneak in. The literally nothing, zilch was one of the responses. I think one of them was about half, and then the other one was less than half. And to be fair, we do funny polls when things get annoying to give us something else to focus on, because Lord knows sometimes we have to tune out his rambling. But I think that if you look at the stuff that he said, there are a lot of things that are probably true. Like, he probably does keep his stupid Walmart bags wherever. And, he probably does, even explaining, so these lights, this one turns on this and this one turns on this, and these turn those on. And sometimes this one's out, and sometimes I have to replace the bulb, and sometimes I don't have the bulb at Walmart, so I have to go to Egypt. The stupid stuff that he comes up with. A lot of that stuff, it's almost like he's trying to give a bunch of stupid truths that have no significance and don't matter, so that they won't notice when he just skirts past the real issues. It's crazy. I think that any truth that may have been in there was about something so insignificant that there's not a lot of anything useful that they could get out of that, other than knowing that he's a liar. So, and that grunting, y'all. Like I said, I know that I do my old lady grunts sometimes when I'm trying to get up. But I'm a graceful grunter. And he is not. Good point. All right. Ari says, I wonder if the police looked into the light timer on the garage door opener. That may come back to bite him too. There's a few things that I think will possibly come back up. And I am loving this detective on the stand. I love Detective Mog and I love Detective O'Kelly. And they are both like, they're on it, doggone it. They pick up on details, and they are great with their intuition, and they're very solid in their testimony. And I'm excited to see all the other things that they have picked up on, and the things that, as they dissected things, what came out. I will also be curious when Detective Mogg is done, what jury questions they might have, because this is such a huge witness, and this witness is, this is how we're entering in the walkthrough video, which is huge. And it's also how they're entering in the that god awful video we watched yesterday of the talks after it happened. And there's still some more that we're going to hear. The one that we played, if y'all were here for the history lesson that we did, the introduction to the case, the history lesson, if you'll remember, there was one, I can't remember if I played the clip or if I just told y'all about it, but there's one of the interviews where he tells them, as he's there, they had brought him in for questioning again, and he starts taking digs at him, and especially O'Kelly. He is not an O'Kelly fan. I'm an O'Kelly fan. But he is not an O'Kelly fan, and he starts taking digs at him, and he says something about, when he's getting up to leave, when they're finished with the interview, he says something about, is your wife a good-looking lady? And Detective O'Kelly kind of paused for a second, and he's like, well, what do you think? And he said, oh yeah, I think she's to kill for. What? So we're still going to hear that stuff too. The jury's going to hear all this. And I'm here for it. I can't wait to see all of their questions. I love me some jury questions. I love it when we had to listen to, was it Letitia, where they had all the good jury questions? I think it was. They had some good jury questions, and I'm here for it. I love it. The one we got to hear yesterday was good too. So interesting. Wiggle Styles, their break is until 1:45, so we have a little bit less than an hour. I think I had pulled up, because we were talking about looking at the juror interviews, but I can post the link, but I cannot play it because I will get a copyright notice because it's on NBC News. But they have them on NBC News, and we could post the thing, but I can't play it on here because I'll get copyright, and I love y'all, but not enough to get a copyright strike for you. But they do say in the interview that in the juror interview from the previous trial, that they all agreed, as soon as they went back there, pretty much immediately, they had all agreed that he was guilty. And they all said that, as like with the previous stuff coming in, yeah, it made a stronger case, but they all said that just the stuff from this case, they all felt strongly 100% they would have convicted him with just that there was enough to convict him with just that. Oh, y'all want to see the pigtails? Oh, Thami. This man. He is not my favorite. In case y'all hadn't noticed. Randolph pigtails. Look how pretty. Okay, maybe not. Look at that. He is something else. And he's got nerve to talk about Sharon. Not a fan. I thought I had, let me see. There's a few of his, and his mugshots all look so different. Like different from each other and also just different. Bless him. I'll say this. I bet those other wives are feeling real lucky to have gotten out. The judge did not actually order him to cut his hair, but his attorney did say something about, oh, we got him a haircut. Doesn't it look nice? I think that they possibly gave him a nudge to do that, to cut his hair. So, probably. All right. Have a good afternoon. Enjoy your sleep and your drive. Poor RA. Stayed up partying in night court. That's what happens. Oh, gracious alive. All right. So we have until 1:45. So we have a little bit less than an hour. I am going to look, she's already looking up because anytime I start talking like this, the tone of my voice changes and she can tell and she starts noticing. I am going to take a little bit of a break, about 10-15 minutes, so I can walk Lucy outside. And then when we come back, we'll look at some more stuff and we'll do another poll. And I think I might. I will do this as soon as we come back because I have our little layout here of who's what. So we'll do a quick Cliff's Notes version of that when we come back. And oops, that's the wrong. That's the wrong thing. Let's see. Okay, so y'all give me about 15 minutes to walk Lucy outside, and then when I come back, we'll do a very quick version of that, and I'll see if I can find any clips that aren't copyright of the jury interview. And if not, then I'll just play it so we don't get copyrighted and tell y'all what it says. But I'll still post a link so y'all can look. Alrighty, so you go outside? You go outside? All right, y'all, we will be right back. Hello. I'm back. See, I'm still swallowing food. I had to quickly try to eat something. I've been working all day and doing the podcast this morning before we started streaming, so I haven't had a chance. So I had to try to quickly eat something. Wake up. Next time I'll do, when I'm about to come back, I'll start doing the Sweepy Whispers. And then let you slowly hear me coming back. Well, that was kind of fast. All these are kind of fast. Cachette, happy anniversary. 2 whole months. Member of the family for 2 whole months. Welcome.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Welcome to your 2nd month. We are so glad that you are here. So glad to have you. Everybody's like, you scared me. Yeah, it's these are, just wait till Halloween. I'm gonna have all kinds of creepy ones. There's other stuff too. Let's see what else there is. I need to start. That one's loud. I need to turn it down. I need to start doing that one every time Thami starts talking. Let's see what else there is. Weather Watch. 2 whole months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy anniversary. We are glad to have you. In case y'all aren't aware, Weather Watch is also Mr. October. I'm just throwing that out there. 13thjuror.live is the website. You can find the calendar. He is Mr. October. Happy anniversary. He's like, happy 2 months. I'm canceling my membership now since you won't stop calling me Mr. October. But we're glad to have you. All right, let's see. I know that somebody, let's see. Somebody had asked if I would rather hear the toilet than Thami grunting. Yes. Denise, member for 3 months. Seems like more than just 3 months. That's because we've been best friends forever.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Yay. Happy anniversary, Denise. Happy 3 months. So excited. I love all these anniversaries. There's been a bunch of anniversaries the last few days. It's so cool. We've had a bunch today and a bunch yesterday, which I love. Must have been a big giving time during that. All right, let me find that link for the jury interview. Lucy's like, I'm tired now. I've eaten my lunch. I've had my walk. Can you please stop talking? She would just like for me to be quiet. Trial Daddies. Yes. Cachette, have you never seen our Trial Daddies calendar? It's the best. It's amazing. All right. Oh, no. Shh. Here's this. I wonder if I can. Does that work? I think so. That's the link for the jury jury interview for those of y'all who want to see it. You want to have a calendar review and introduce. There's still a couple more that I need to add too. There's like some that have been sent to me, and I've just been so crazy busy. I haven't had a chance to add them, but I need to. Here, let me pull it. Let's go ahead and pull it up. Why not? We got Mr. October here and everything. What better time? All right, let's see. I can't read. All right, so it's a 13 Juror website. Murdery stuff is better with friends. I don't think anybody actually said that. So I put someone somewhere probably because I don't think anybody actually. See, you can tell how often I've been updating this. I've been so busy. So here we go. So here is we have Hot Cops and Trial Mamas. And we have 13 Juror Presents Court History 101, which also needs to be updated. I just need to find more hours in the day. So this is our Hot Cops and Trial Daddies. And you can send in your nominees and stuff too. But we have Mr. May, 2023, is Corporal Chad McDowell and Evo, his beautiful, beautiful pup. Mr. June is Detective Daddy. He is one of the reasons that all of this actually started. He was during the Lori Vallow trial. Mr. July is Joseph Cuccia from Eric Robinson trial. Mr. August is Nathan Tootin. He was a witness in the Murdaugh trial. Mr. September, this is one of my faves. Mr. September 2023 is Joseph Salerno from Eric Robinson trial. Look who it is, Mr. October. We have two Mr. Octobers here. Well, I don't know if they're both here right now, but we have two. It's a 2-for-1 in October. We have Weather Watch and Matthew Harris Law. And then we have, this one was one of the ones that was sent in multiple times as well. This is James Egan, Gwyneth Paltrow's attorney in the civil suit. Everybody called him the Clark Kent attorney. We have Tinsel Tinsley. I need to text him and tell her that we put him on. I don't even think I've told him that he's on here. I don't think I have, and he's probably gonna like block me after this. But Mr. December 2023 is Mark Tinsel Tinsley. We have Mr. January 2024. This is Sergeant Daddy. So we had Detective Daddy in Lori Vallow, and this is Sergeant Daddy from Lori Vallow. He had a voice like butter. He had like one of those deep, like read you bedtime story type voices. This is Mr. February, I can't even talk with him. Deputy James Nunez. He's one of the arresting officers of Brian Kohberger, and I'm not mad about it. Mr. March. This one, when they submitted this one, they called it they called him Captain America cop because of the Captain America shirt, I guess. But he was in the body cam footage. So this is Mr. March. He was in the body cam footage in the Murdaugh trial. We have Mr. April is Sergeant Daniel Green from Alex Murdaugh trial. Mr. May 2024 is Sergeant Andrew Phillips from Brandon Castiglione trial. I think there's a couple too where I've got like two different things. Like it got out of control. Okay, so June is Londonderry Police Department, just like all of them, just all of them. Especially him, but all of them. And we have Mr. July. He's from the Family Feud trial, and I don't know who sent this one in, but I'm not going to know that name. Matthew Hermsmeyer? Hermsmeyer? Mr. August 2024 is Travis Rudolph. Mr. September 2024 is Manuel Oliver. He was in the Parkland shooter trial. He is one of the dads. And I loved his shirt, so I had to like match his shirt when I did this one. And then apparently we went back to August. I don't know. I do what I do. It doesn't. Calendars don't have to go in order. That's just the man trying to bring us down. All right, Mr. August 2024 is Officer McMichael from the Travis Rudolph trial. And he was another one that had a dog. It's the dogs, ladies. It's the dogs. Mr. October is Bryson Boom Paul. He is the journalist who was in the Melly trial, and he came and hung out with us. So that's all for the trial daddies. The trial mamas, this one was been so much harder to get people to send stuff in on, because I don't have time to look for them. So I have to have people send them into on the submission thing. And this one was my own. Camille Vasquez, she was my trial mama. She was the first one. I put her in there because I just think she's just brilliant and insanely beautiful, and just gave it to Amber Heard, which just makes her that much hotter. Cash App. Thank you. I appreciate that. Miss July 2023 is Helen Pott. She is the prosecutor in the Richard Merritt trial. And then we have Miss August, Johnny Depp trial. So Dr. Shannon Curry, total hottie, brilliant, like just one of those that could listen to her talk forever. So she is Miss August 2023. And we have, bless her soul, Judge Jennifer Darrow from Darrell Brooks' trial. Not only is she beautiful and smart, but she has the patience of a saint. So she made Miss September of 2023. There are some that we need from the nobody sends them to me. Everybody says they want them to be on there, and then nobody sends them to me. I don't have time to look them up, but if y'all send them, I will add them. But there were so many from Austin Ford trial. There were so many like beautiful, smart women in that trial, and we need to get some of them on here too. So y'all send them in. If you send them in, then I will add them. So that's one of my favorite things that we do, is the trial daddies and the trial mamas, because it's just one of those things where we have to deal with such heavy stuff, and there's a lot of gruesome things that we have to see as well. So when you get something that's nice to look at up there, I ain't mad about it. So we like to celebrate it and go with our eye candy. I don't know why nobody will send in the trial mamas though. I've had to pick some of the trial mamas on my own, but we need to go through from Austin Ford and pick some of those, because there were some amazing ones. But y'all email them to me. All I need to add them in, send me the name, what trial they're in, and then just get me a good picture, and I can add them and send it to brandy@brandychurchwell.com. And not just the trial mamas. We can still add trial daddies too, but send them in to me. I'll add them. I think I am going to start doing a thing too, because Lucy Cam has been such a big deal. Everybody loves Lucy Cam. And one of the things that we did when we were doing the Lori Vallow trial is on Twitter, I had done a post, and we said, hey, things can get tough. And we knew that it was going to be one of those hard nights where when we're listening, we're having to listen to a bunch of the details that were really difficult. So we had everybody, post pictures of your pet, and we did like a pet parade on there. So I think we are going to do, I'm going to start doing a pet of the month too. So we'll have that added to the website, and you'll be able to do your submissions, and then we will randomly pick one pet every month that will be featured on the website, and that will be our 13th year mascot for the month. Okay, what do I say when my husband sees me screenshotting all the hot women? Tell him that you're doing research for jury duty. It's Brandy at brandychurchwell.com. So y'all send them to me. And I need here, I'll put it on here. Brandy at brandychurchwell.com. But I need the name of whoever it is you're submitting, the trial that they were in, or if it's not a trial, like some of them were like the arresting officer of Brian Koberger and stuff like that. But wherever they came from, whatever trial, whatever, their name, and then like a good picture, preferably 2, that I can use on the layout. Go play with the door. All right. So I do have a couple that I know are in my stuff that I still need to add. So I will try to get that done today, and then we'll look at it tomorrow. Since we're we're starting later, and then we're doing longer breaks, I will get some added. I promise I will get some added either tonight or in the morning, and we will look at them tomorrow. So it doesn't matter when they were, how long ago the trial has been. I mean, at this point, they could be like trial great grandpas, but that's okay. We'll still put them on the trial daddy's calendar. You can have, I'm doing this for y'all. This is me just doing this for the people. I'm just doing this for y'all. Not so that y'all will email me a bunch of hot trial daddies and trial mamas. I'm doing this for y'all. Heidi could totally be on there. Send it in. Send her in. I'll put her on there. Thank you for the super chat. Heather Barnett said moving to Londonderry, wherever that is. I don't know either, but I'm down for a road trip with an expired tag or something. I will totally. Londonderry was, hello, Londonderry. Hello, Londonderry. I'm just giving back to the community. See? Lindsay Blake, I think she's phenomenal too. I'm telling y'all, send them in. See, there are so many that if I had time to go through all of the trials and get all their names and their pictures and do the graphics and add them to the website and do all of that, I would, but I don't. So if y'all can email them to me, then I can get them added in. I'll do community service in Londonderry. I'll take the show on the road. We'll go to Londonderry. We'll just drive around on live stream trying to get arrested. Lindsay Hendricks, I think I have one of the ones that, because I think I have 3 right now in my email that I need to add. And I think one of them is from you. I think you sent me another one from something that I told you to send in, but I don't remember what it was. But I think I have another one from you. Stephen Avery. Send them all in. Let's see. Oh, it's in New Hampshire. Erica said, I'll just bust your taillight just as we get into the city limits of Londonderry. It's perfect. It's perfect. Serving the community, one trial daddy and hot mama at a time. See, I'm doing this for y'all. I'm just doing this for y'all. Does someone need to go check on Cachette? Oh, that's so funny. I have, let me see who I have. John Thomas is not going on there. Look, I'm here for the people, and that is not what the people want. Sit down, John Thomas. Let's see here. I think I have. Oh my gosh, how did I get all of these? Well, I was going to try to pull up and see who else we have to add, but I didn't realize I have 5 million emails. Wait, okay, let's see. Oh my gosh, there's still more. Delete. Delete. I have. Oh, Joe Scott Morgan. Hello, sir. I will write back. Oh dang, where are they? I don't know. I must have made. Oh, here's one. Here it is. Lindsay Hendricks. This one was one of the ones I remember. This now. Oh my gosh, this has been 3 weeks ago. I'm so bad at this. Her. Remember her? We all remember her. She was in Wisconsin, show business. So I have her to add. Let me mark this as something to get it up there. Somebody sent Melly in. No. Nope. But I'll look through them and I'll add them and we'll look at them tomorrow. It'll be fun. No, Vanderlazy is not going on there because I like she is a pretty girl, but pretty is as pretty does, and lazy ain't pretty. Eddie said, I heard a door that was not me. Thami and Pigtails is not a hot mama. No.
Power, yep.
Ow. 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 She is. She knows. She knows that we're like watching her. Here, let me swap us so you can see more of her. There you go. Now we can see more of her. Oh, she's so pretty. I will try to get since I'm going to be working on the website tonight anyway. Once I finish the podcast, I got a list. My list always grows. Okay, so I'm going to finish the podcast recording, and then I'll do the trial daddies and mamas, and I'll try to get the mascot of the month thing up and going as soon as possible, where we'll get for you to send in your favorite picture of your pet, and we will pick one every month at random. And it has to be random because there's no way I can choose between a whole bunch of adorable little fur babies or feather babies. Oh, yes. Right now it's too hot for her to have clothes, but this child has a whole wardrobe. She has like little hoodies and sweaters. She has football jerseys for football season. She has like a little pearl necklace, collar, tiara, a ton of bows. She is, when it gets a little bit cooler, I'll start putting her in clothes again. Angelina, we are on break. They are coming back any moment now. Let me unpin the message because we have a hot mic, but don't you bring any more flip-flops out here. I just took you for a walk. Don't look at me like that. I stopped her midway, and now she's staring at me. Lucy is definitely a diva. Oh, I forgot. We were going to go over this real quick. Okay. The wife number one. Let me move this. Wife number one, Catherine. They are divorced. She is not one of the ones who passed away. They got divorced. She is the mother of his two grown children, and her new husband used to know Tom and said that Tom had also talked to him about killing somebody for insurance money. Number two is Becky. It was ruled, she passed away, gunshot wound to the head. It was ruled a suicide. It stayed considered a suicide for 2 years until star witness Eric Tarantino came forward and said that that Tom had asked him to kill her for insurance money, and had even said something about killing her and making it look like a suicide. So they tried him for it. The trial was in April, I think, of 1989, and he was acquitted. Wife number three, Leona, they divorced, and she is one of the ones who has passed away, but it was 10 years later. She passed away from cancer. So it's the only death associated to him that's not suspicious. Don't be suspicious. No, ma'am. I don't need any more shoes. And I just took you out. She's bringing me tennis shoes now. I told her no flip-flops, so I guess she found a loophole. Wife number 4 is Gaina. Now, Gaina is one of the ones who got divorced, got away from him. She's the one who he said that he was cleaning his gun at the table and see her little ponytail, cleaning the gun at the table, and it went off and almost hit her, scared her. And when he was at work, not long after that, he was at work and she went and packed her stuff and left. Now, remember when he was talking to Eric Tarantino about different ways that they could possibly get rid of Becky, one of the ways that he said is an accident with a gun. And then that happened. It makes me wonder if he meant to hit her and then just messed it all up. Wife number 5 is Frances. She had surgery for heart valve replacement and she was doing fine. She was in recovery. Her daughter Rachel said that she had been, sitting up talking to her. Fahmy asked if Rachel could walk out and said, give us a minute together. And 45 minutes later, he came out and said that, your mom passed away. And she said there is no reason that she should have had any issues because she was sitting up. She was doing fine. So he was in the hospital room alone with her when she passed, and he collected a good bit of life insurance from her and then turned around and sued the hospital and got money for that as well. And then, of course, Sharon is wife number 6, and that's the trial that we're watching now. They got loud and they got quiet. Ace King said, I quit after one wife. I quit after 2 husbands. The first one, he and I are still friends. The second one could
All rise for the jury.
fall off the face of the earth and I'd be okay. All right, we're coming back. One whole wife. He sued the hospital for
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's off.
Francis passing away there. He blamed it on them.
On the record, in C-250-966, stated adverse to Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect Mr. Randolph as present with his attorney, deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the presence of our jury. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
State, you may recall Detective MOG.
And then the police department for the second trial, he said, for the second wife's trial, he said that he was, they falsely accused him and slander and libel and all kinds of stuff, and they settled with him just to shut him up and get him away. Crazy.
Detective MOG, I would just remind you that you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Record, you're right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Detective Mogg, I think we left off at the end of the walkthrough. At that point, Mr. Randolph left this Rancho Santa Fe residence with his brother.
I believe so.
Okay, and then homicide detectives left whenever they left.
Yes.
I think you alluded to this, but there was possibly some further processing of the residents with the crime scene analyst that night.
There was.
Okay. I want to sort of shift gears here. How many witnesses and victims do you think you've interviewed over the course of your career? Estimate.
I don't have a clue. Probably thousands.
Has any of those people ever reported receiving a busy signal on 911?
Judge, I object to this. I object. He's not qualified to give a discussion about that, to provide an answer or an opinion about 911.
It's not an opinion, I'm just asking about his experience as interviewing victims and witnesses.
Well, I mean, he can testify to his experience as a police officer, but we had the Lumen's person here yesterday in regards to the 911. I'm going to sustain that objection.
Have you ever had anyone report hearing a busy signal?
No.
In the residence, did you take note of where there appeared to be like landline phones in the residence?
I did.
And can you give us the approximate locations of those?
There was one in the kitchen dining room area, I believe. There was one in the master bedroom. And I believe there was one in the office area.
Okay, the place where he got the gun, that little room right to the left when you go in through the garage?
That's correct.
Okay. During well, actually, I should say this. On the first night, were you called upon to move a vehicle out of the garage?
I was.
Which vehicle was that?
The Hyundai, I believe it's a Santa Fe, the SUV that Mr. Randolph was driving.
And what was the reason why that vehicle needed to be moved on the 8th through the 9th?
I believe they needed to do some more processing in there and photographs and that, and they asked me if I would back it out.
When you backed out the vehicle, did you notice whether or not music was playing loud?
I didn't notice that it was overly loud.
Okay. During Mr. Randolph's interview, he indicated that from the dinner at the charcoal room, that he and Sharon Randolph went to a gas station before they proceeded home.
That's correct.
Did you do anything in order to verify or secure the sort of the timing information on that?
I did. On May 13th, I went to the Funny's gas station, met with management. They provided me surveillance video of their gas pumps. I reviewed that video.
Okay. How did you know what video to ask for? Like, how did you track it to the transaction?
We looked for a timeline and then also for Mr. Randolph's vehicle arriving.
Okay. And did you like verify it with like a particular transaction at a particular pump?
Yes,
Okay. And that video was collected by you?
it was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit and publish 315.
Objection to 315?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 315 will be admitted.
Does that appear to be the Randolph vehicle at the pump?
I believe that's his vehicle at the pumps.
My thing is, even if the first call did, if it was busy or something,
So on the
They said that's like
right-hand
1 in
side of
100.
The frame of the sort of surveillance, there appears to be a lighter colored SUV that just pulled up.
That's correct.
That's the Randolph vehicle.
Yes.
Your Honor, if we could just get clarification for the record, I think he's wrongfully identified the vehicle. Is that how you?
It's this vehicle, the lighter colored one. The other one wasn't wearing the correct clothing.
that's what I was thinking too. There wouldn't be a 12 or 13-minute delay. thought they were about to lose their whole feed again.
Right now, it appears to be pulling away. Detective, did you drive the distance from the that gas station to the Randolph residence?
I did.
And how long did that take you?
Approximately 3 minutes, depending on the light cycle. It's just under a mile.
And you drove kind of the most direct route there would be, I would assume.
I did. I pulled out the gas station, drove northbound on Rancho to Rainbow, north on Rainbow to Rancho Santa Fe to Mr. Randolph's residence.
At some point after during the course of this investigation, were there times that Mr. Randolph would call you on the phone? Do you remember him calling you and giving you some information about Sharon Randolph and gambling?
I do.
What was that conversation?
I believe it was May 12th that Mr. Randolph called me. I don't recall if it was on my cell phone or my desk phone. He had my card. But he told me that his wife, Sharon, had spent approximately $40,000 gambling in a 2-year period.
Do you remember him calling you to report other alleged missing items?
I do.
And what was the approximate time and content of that conversation?
So that would have been June 4th, the day after the walkthrough. Mr. Randolph called me to indicate that he was missing a couple of handguns, some jewelry, and some silverware. He kind of indicated that Mr. Miller may have been involved in those thefts.
And did he actually do a subsequent call a little bit later, sort of retracting that?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
On June 23rd, Mr. Randolph called me to say that he needed to move on from his wife's death, and that he no longer believed that those items were stolen and didn't believe Mr. Miller was involved in that.
Did he ever call you to inquire about life insurance?
He did. On June 27th, he contacted me via telephone and told me that, well, he asked me if the case was still open, and then told me that the insurance company won't pay out until the case is closed or since the case is still open.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Wow. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go with the condescending.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, Mr. Orman.
Detective, I want to ask you about the initial responding to this scene. When you respond to a scene like this is a double homicide. There are a lot of law enforcement personnel that respond. Fair?
That's correct.
In fact, before you got there, there would have been patrol officers that arrived.
Absolutely.
There would have been, what are violent crime detectives?
So those are detectives who, they have a general specialty. They'll respond to shootings, aggravated assault, batteries, things like that. And they're there to gather the information. And if the person does not pass away, then they basically handle the case.
So in this case, violent crime detectives would have been present before you showed up, before homicide showed up.
I believe they were called by patrol.
Okay. So approximately how many law enforcement personnel, first responders would have entered into that crime scene? And when I say that, I mean into the garage, into the house. How many, before you did your walkthrough, how many do you think?
Normally it is, excuse me, it would be 4-ish responding officers who would go into the residence and clear the scene to make sure that it's safe for medical personnel to go in, because they won't go in until police officers have cleared the residence. So probably 4, in the area of 4 initially would have went in. And then after that, a couple of paramedics would have gone into the residence. Then once the victims are determined to be deceased, then normally everybody backs out and they secure the scene.
And when you say victims, you would agree with me, Mr. Miller's a murderer, correct?
I would agree at this point, yes.
Now, I realize that it's been a while, and so I'm going to ask you if you can actually give us a number for how many law enforcement personnel. I realize that you're sitting there, this is going to be difficult for you. Do you think if I showed you a copy of the officer's report listing all of those officers and personnel, that would help you refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach on page 2 of the officer's report? Detective MOG. Well, okay. Thought maybe you had it.
I do.
You do. If you could just sort of count to yourself, and maybe we could do this while I'm up here. How many officers at the top responded?
So it looks like there's 10 officers, 2 sergeants, and a lieutenant.
Okay, so that would be 13.
Correct.
Okay. And then you have canine officers.
That's correct.
And appear to be 3.
3.
C detectives. When you say C detectives, major crime detectives?
That's correct. Those would be major crime detectives.
3?
Yes.
Homicide detectives?
6.
Could you turn the page? Crime scene analysts?
3.
Coroner's investigators?
2.
Mortuary personnel?
2.
Paramedics?
They have 1 listed.
And it's actually written in there, entered the garage.
Correct.
Ambulance?
2.
Okay, so fair to say, detective, that there were quite a few law enforcement personnel that entered that home at some time or another.
No, that's not accurate.
Okay, tell me why.
Because there's only a certain number of officers who would have entered the residence. The rest of the officers are on the log because they arrived, whether they secured the outside of the residence, blocked off the streets, sat with Mr. Randolph, whether they even had any part in anything other than just arriving on the scene. Their names would have been put down there.
Some people are just protecting the scene, making sure people don't enter. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So leads me to another point. You said that some of them may be interacting with Mr. Randolph. Do you remember saying that right now?
Yes.
In fact, prior to you arriving, there would have been officers that actually questioned Mr. Randolph just to find out what's going on in there, that type of thing.
I would assume so. I wasn't present for that, so I don't know for sure.
Using the protocol that you're familiar with, do you think major crime detectives, they would have at least done a cursory interview of Mr. Randolph to find out what had occurred inside?
I know they would have obtained information in order to brief us. Where they got that information from, I don't know.
Well, is it fair to say that at some of these more important scenes, that on the front of a patrol car, they'd actually use sort of a magic marker and write on the hood what was going on?
At times they do, yes.
Was that done here?
I don't recall.
Okay. But at some point when you arrived, you're briefed on what's sort of occurred and what you're dealing with, right?
That's correct.
And you were briefed, is
Yes.
that right? And you learned that Mr. Randolph was the individual inside who said he'd shot Mr. Miller.
That's correct.
So it's fair to say that at the time you're being briefed, there's people who've already obtained this information from Mr. Randolph.
I would assume they got some from him. Whether they got some from other witnesses in the area, I don't know.
Before I sort of leave this, Mr. Randolph was wearing clothing that day. We can see it. Was that impounded by you?
Was not. After I returned back to the scene with Mr. Randolph, I told the scene detective, Detective O'Kelly, and the crime scene investigator that we needed to photograph him and take a look at his clothes. That wasn't done.
And it was not done?
It was not.
I want to talk to you about, first of all, Mr. Randolph's statement on May 8th going into May 9th. And when I say that, you can see that we're in the very late hours of May 8th going into the 9th.
Correct.
Mr. Randolph told you that he believed the man he shot was a man named Michael Miller.
That's correct.
And you, in fact, confirmed that the man he shot was named Michael Miller.
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that he met Michael Miller approximately 5 months beforehand at a convenience store.
Approximately, yes.
And you learned that he had known him for that period of time, approximately.
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you that he had hired Mr. Miller to do sort of odd jobs, sort of handyman type jobs.
That's correct.
And you learned that Mr. Miller, in fact, did some handyman jobs around the Randolph home, correct?
Yes, according to Mr. Randolph.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you in the interview that, in fact, Mr. Miller had at one time gone to Colleen's home, that's Sharon's daughter, and had actually done some type of handyman job one time. He told
That's what he said.
That's
Colleen.
Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller didn't have a car, but normally rode a bike.
Correct.
And before I segment away from there was a bag of clothing recovered near Mr. Miller. Do you remember this?
I do.
And in fact, the pants were laid out, and do you remember something distinctive sort of on the side of the pants? Remember this?
I recall the clothing in a bag, that there was a shirt. The other bag had a towel and a black bag, but I don't recall much other than that.
Let me see if it refreshes your memory. If it doesn't, there you go. There appeared to be sort of a ripping or tearing on these pants that were consistent with what law enforcement thought was riding a bike from a bike chain. Remember this?
So I don't recall that. Detective O'Kelly is the one that actually conducted the scene investigation.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller had found a key at some point, and Mr. Randolph told him, "Give me my key back." Correct?
I know that he said he found a key. I don't remember if he said, "Give me the key back," or he gave the key back.
Yes, I would agree with you. It was too strong a statement. At some point, he indicated that he received the key back from Mr. Miller.
I believe that's what he said.
He told you he trusted Mr. Miller, didn't he?
Yes,
He told you he had paid Mr. Miller and lent him money, didn't he?
that's correct.
And you learned that to be true, or to be accurate.
It's accurate.
I was literally singing this in my head. Colleen.
Mr. Randolph told you that Mr. Miller, he had been driving on May 8th with Mr. Miller, and he was going to go to the bank, but he'd missed the turn. Didn't he tell you that?
Yes.
That's correct.
He told you that he and Mr. Miller had gone to look at jet skis, the Kawasaki jet ski place on Rancho, didn't he?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph told you he had been with Mr. Miller on May 8th before the incident, didn't he?
Bean. Where have you been?
He told you, Mr. Randolph, on May 8th, that he and Sharon had gone to the charcoal room, correct?
Yes,
And in order to verify that, because you wanted to verify that, you went to see if you could find video of the Randolphs at the Santa Fe.
I did not go to the Santa Fe. I don't know if another detective did.
You've seen video of the Randolphs leaving the Santa Fe, have you not?
I have not.
You have not?
No.
Okay. Mr. Randolph told you after he went to the charcoal room, he went to Funny's gas. Well, after he left the Santa Fe, they went to Funny's convenience store gas station.
That's correct.
So law enforcement went and obtained video from Funny's.
I did that.
And in fact, you saw the vehicle and you told the jury that's the vehicle.
That's correct.
Now, before I move any farther from that, Detective, in the hundreds of homicides you've handled, it's fair to say that you have had to obtain video from 7-Elevens, convenience stores, gas stations, casinos, lots of different sort of establishments.
That's correct.
And fair to say that not all the time is the video calibrated. The time is not calibrated.
That's correct.
And when I say that, I know you know what I'm asking you, but if we could just get clarification. In other words, just because you go to a 7-Eleven on Rancho and Charleston and get a video and it says 7:55, doesn't really mean if we get our Apple Watch out, that was the exact time.
That's correct. We always try to obtain the accurate time. We either use our cell phones or our watches against the time that is depicted on the video.
Would it be fair to say in this case with Funnies, there'd be no way to do it? In other words, you go get the video, that's the time that it says it is, right? The time we saw.
No, I actually would have looked at the live feed to look at the time that I picked the video up to make sure that it wasn't, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour ahead of time.
How far was it off?
I don't recall. I would have made note if there was a difference in time between the live feed and the actual time on my watch.
But you said you didn't recall.
I don't recall what the time was. Obviously on here, the time was 8:24 p.m. approximately. When I picked up the video is when I would have looked at the monitor and my phone or my watch.
Okay. So do you note in any report the accuracy of the timing of the video?
I did not.
Mr. Randolph said that he drove home and that he had to let Sharon out of the vehicle because it was too tight a fit into that garage for both of them to get out.
That's correct.
And when you observed that, you could sort of see what he was saying. Fair to say?
Yes.
He told you he let her out and that then he slowly went in, sort of following her to make sure she could get in the door. That's what he said.
Correct.
And you talked, without saying what they said, to a man named, there was a neighbor who observed the timing of this, named Mr. Across the
Thank
street.
you.
I believe one of my partners talked to him.
Okay. And he was actually on the phone. Do you remember that was something that you obtained with phone records? Maybe not you, but law enforcement did?
I believe so.
And you wanted to obtain that because it was important to the timeline, correct?
Yes.
Very important, right?
Correct.
Based on what Mr. Bartlett was saying he observed, you wanted to get those phone records so you could correlate what he had seen and heard against the phone records, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
Do you remember what time the phone call between Mr. Bartlett and his friend, what time it started?
I do not.
Do you know what time it ended?
I do not.
Mr. Randolph told you that when he went into the house, he observed Sharon at the end of the hall and tried to describe sort of where her head was.
Yes,
He said it was a little bit into the master bedroom, didn't he?
correct.
When we saw that walkthrough, it appeared that carpet had been removed sort of where her head was. Did you see that?
There was quite a large blood stain there, and I believe that's why the carpet was removed.
Okay. And would that be done by hazmat?
Whatever company, the insurance company hired to do that.
Okay, so at the time you're doing the walkthrough, we know that there have been people in there cleaning up, cutting out carpet, making sure that this place is acceptable for people to go live in. Yeah?
That's correct.
Mr. Randolph told you that he saw something that spooked him. Something spooked him. It could have been, he even called it floaty. Something he saw spooked him. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying that he then got a gun from the bedroom where he was near?
I do.
And he tells you that as he comes out, he bumps in to Mr. Miller, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, he sort of pushes him away to get space, right?
Yes,
And then he shoots him multiple times.
that's correct.
He doesn't know how many times, does he?
I believe at one point I seem to recall him telling me that the pistol was loaded with 9 and he didn't remember the slide locking to the rear, so 8 or less.
So he told you he'd actually shot 8 or less, right?
I believe so, yes.
And Mr. Miller was shot 5 times, right?
I didn't attend autopsy.
Okay. So you just don't know how many times he was shot.
That's correct.
But he clearly told you, Mr. Randolph, I shot Mr. Miller. I shot that man, didn't he?
Yes,
He told you at one time that the mask, he says actually multiple times, he says to you and to Detective O'Kelly that something happened with the man's mask, sort of it pushed up, and he then describes maybe he couldn't see very well in it. Do you remember him saying that?
yes,
And then he's asked, was the mask still on Mr. Miller when he was laying in the garage? And he specifically said, no, it was laying to the side. Do you remember him saying that?
that's correct.
And that's what the pictures show. It was laying to the side.
Yes,
Mr. Randolph says that he actually shot shots inside the garage. Didn't he tell you that?
correct.
And in fact, you found cartridges in that garage, didn't you?
Yes,
He said that he had shot in the garage and he had shot Mr. Miller, he believed, in the head. Do you remember him saying that?
that's correct.
Did you see Mr. Miller's body?
Only a cursory view of him. I didn't look close.
You wouldn't dispute that Mr. Miller was shot, would you?
I would not.
He told you that he had called 911, and in fact, he did call 911, didn't he?
Yes,
He told you that there was no doubt in his mind that Miller was going to shoot him. Do you remember him saying that?
I believe he said something to that effect.
He tells you several times, he uses the word, I'm basically deaf, or words to that effect. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember when he said, I didn't hear a first shot, I didn't hear this, I had music up and I'm basically kind of deaf? Do you remember him saying that?
I do. Mhm.
Do you remember when he was talking in the walkthrough and he talked about how he thought maybe Sharon had fallen over shoes?
Yes,
Do you remember when he said, I wish that could have happened right now? Do you remember him saying?
I do.
Like in a loving way.
No.
Objection, calls for special.
Are you kidding me? That was not in a loving way. Are you joking?
Okay. During
He
the
was
walkthrough.
complaining about her. Are you
He's talking
joking?
about how it drove him crazy how she would leave these shoes out. Right? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna ask you, do you remember him saying, "It drives me crazy, and I'd love for her to do it right now"?
I remember that.
That is not how he said that.
Do you remember in that first video, in the first interview, there were a couple times where Mr.
Sit
Randolph
down.
pauses and doesn't answer your questions right away?
Yes.
When he's thinking up a story.
Do you remember Mr. Randolph saying that he thought Mr. Miller was ripping them off and he was referring to the night of the incident?
I don't know if he was only referring to the night of the incident or he was speaking about other times.
Do you remember in the first interview when at the very end you're asking you and Detective Hardy where he's going to go? Essentially, where are we going to take you? We're done. It's sort of late in the early, or it's the early morning hours of the 9th. What are we going to do with you? And he says, "I don't want to stay there ever again," referring to the house. Do you remember?
Yes,
Do you remember when he asked you about funeral arrangements?
I do.
Now, during the interview, you asked him about gloves. Do you remember? You wanted to know, I think it's Detective Hardy who says, "Hey, there's some gloves. Do you have any gloves like that?" Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Okay. And he sort of says, "Yeah, we have gloves around the
Thank
house."
God.
Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things you do as an experienced homicide detective is you request forensic science, forensic testing on items, right?
Correct.
Like gloves, masks, things like that.
Yes.
You're so full of crap.
After the first interview, he took you and showed you where Mr. Miller lived?
That's correct.
And is in fact true, is that, or did you learn that that's where Mr. Miller lived?
It was.
One thing I don't mean to nitpick, that it's not a snub nose 38. Have you seen it recently?
I just, a brief glance at it. Now that I recall, it had a 4-inch barrel.
Okay. He told you that the gun, he found this 22 underneath Mr. Miller's body.
Yes.
And that he had thrown it into this room essentially so that he could be safe, and that this is also what he was being instructed to do in 911.
I don't recall the 911 operator telling him to throw it into a room. I recall Mr. Randolph proposing that he go look for the gun, and then the 911 operator, the fire department operator said, "Okay, go do that." Then Mr. Miller said, "Well, I picked up my gun. I have my gun," I think is what he said. And then he goes out and he's not speaking on the phone.
Detective Mog, you said Mr. Miller, you meant
Mr. Randolph.
And so when you're saying that Mr. Randolph does that, would you'd let the 911 audio speak for itself, would you?
I would.
I'm so annoyed.
Do you recall in a prior proceedings calling the jewelry costume jewelry?
I believe so.
Have you looked at that jewelry recently?
Recently?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
You're not, without being sarcastic, you're not a jeweler. You have no idea, right?
I am not. I only have to buy it.
Okay. And some of that's pretty valuable jewelry depending on your financial situation. Would you agree with that?
Some of
the jewelry that was laid out. Have you ever seen a picture of it laid out?
I have not.
They're coins. Do you remember coins? What looked like gold or silver coins?
I saw what was in the bag and what was in a jewelry box, and it appeared, not high-end jewelry to me, just something that I would call costume jewelry.
Okay. You told us that you went into this house and you did not see it as ransacked. Do you recall that?
I do.
Let me move backwards. I'm going to put on the screen what has been admitted as State's Exhibit 168.
In front of the machine.
He has been getting on my nerves since he got up there.
Thank you, Judge.
There we go.
To do it again?
Hold on just one second. So it's just those TVs, look at the remote, make sure they're on. I think the TVs just have that.
Look, Streamlabs is telling me to shut up.
Take them off, can you see that on your screen?
Streamlabs is like,
Yes, ma'am.
calm down, Brandy.
TVs are-
What's this one's name? I know the other one is Josh
Okay.
Tomshek. Here's that
Do you
cosmetic
see-
jewelry.
Detective, I'm going to show you. Can you see that quite well?
I
Okay.
can see the picture, yes.
Do you see the coins that I'm talking about at the top left-hand side of it? Do you see that? It's about
I-
4 coins in a row,
See the circular things. I can't tell you what they are.
okay? Do you know if there's a solid gold antique watch in there?
I do not.
But that, somebody says they're missing their solid gold antique watch. You would agree that that may be valuable.
Well, obviously, a solid gold watch would be valuable.
If Colleen had told the jury that, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute it, would you?
I wouldn't have any reason to dispute if somebody said a solid gold watch.
Do you see a lot of gold depicted in that video?
I see a lot
Excuse me,
of gold
that picture.
metal.
Right, and you just don't know if, okay. We can pick out anything there, and you wouldn't be able to tell me whether it was fake gold, 14 karat gold, 18 karat gold, would you?
I would not.
But there's a lot of jewelry there. Would you agree, whether you want to call it costume or what, it is a lot of jewelry there?
There's quite a bit, correct.
You're familiar with handguns, aren't you?
I am.
If somebody wanted a 38 Smith & Wesson 6-shot revolver, that's going to cost several $100s, more than $500 today.
Ooh, I don't know what the current value of a revolver is. I don't believe it would cost more than $500.
From Smith & Wesson, I bet it costs more, it wouldn't be less than $700, would it? You're just not sure, are you?
No, I couldn't tell you how much it was, but I don't believe it would be that much.
It'd be real easy to look up, wouldn't it?
Yes,
We wouldn't have to dispute it, we could just simply.
it's correct.
There's 2 of them, right? There were 2 of them that were involved, 2 Smith & Wesson revolvers, one of 22 and one of 38 were involved in this case, right?
Correct.
Now, you were saying that you didn't see ransacking, right?
That's correct.
Of course I told you. If I showed you, Smith & Wesson has a website, doesn't it? To buy a gun online.
I believe so.
Okay. If I showed you the current price of one of these things, would that help?
And a jack is currently $2,000.
He said today it wouldn't cost that much.
Then I jack us relevance.
I wonder how that is relevant to
Okay,
Mr. Owens.
That's fine.
That objection is sustained.
You saw pictures in that house of drawers open, didn't you?
Yes,
You saw pictures of jewelry boxes on the floor.
I saw empty drawers from a wall-mounted box.
You saw, how many drawers did you see disturbed in that house total?
Eight.
Mr. Randolph told you Mr. Miller had been in that house and had done work in that house, right?
That's correct.
He said that he had painted this area where the gun, this sort of, for lack of a better word, a gun compartment was, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there's some, like, for lack of a better term, sort of a
Good
paint
point, Tammy
differential.
Jimmy.
It looks like there's being a change of paint.
That's correct.
It's not very articulate, but you understand what I mean.
Yes.
Okay. So let's go through some of these drawers open. Now, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 117. That appears to be the master bedroom, doesn't it?
Yes, it is.
So there's one drawer open, isn't it?
Correct.
You could put your hand in there and pull something out, couldn't you?
If you zoom in on it,
Could you put your hand in there and get something out?
sure.
You could be looking for money in there, couldn't you?
You could.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 105. Still the master, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And there, you see there's jewelry boxes or some type of boxes on the floor, right?
Yes, there's the 3 drawers from the wall-mounted box, and then there's another jewelry box, for lack of a better term.
How did that bed look before the Randolphs left to go to the charcoal room?
I have no idea.
You don't know. You just don't know, do you?
No.
I'm showing you 106, State's Exhibit 106. What's that flower object down there?
A door weight?
Okay. And then there's 3 other boxes, right?
Those were the 3 boxes that you saw from the other picture.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's being marked as 110, or admitted as 110. You see those drawers open?
Yes.
You see some type of clothing is sort of,
I think you have to move it over.
You gotta zoom, can you zoom out or something like
I can.
so you can see the whole thing? Okay.
See that? Clothing on the side of the drawer?
I do.
Fair to say, Detective, that Mr. Randolph and Mrs. Randolph came home, and you wouldn't dispute Mr. Miller was in there, right?
No.
In your experience as a police officer, burglars get caught. Sometimes they get caught, don't they?
Yes.
Sometimes when you're in robbery, let's say, some bank robbers get away. Fair? They leave the bank and they get away.
That's correct.
Some have shootouts in the bank.
Yes.
Some get caught right in the bank, don't they?
That's correct.
So some people get caught right in the act, caught right at that time, right?
Yes.
Showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 115. You see that sort of cabinet door in the center of the picture is kind of open behind the bed. Do you see what
Yes.
I'm showing you what's being marked and admitted as 116. See that in the bathroom, it appears some drawers are ajar, for lack of a better term.
This is one of the things that I thought was odd.
Okay, I didn't ask you that. I said they're ajar, isn't it?
Yes.
You see in 123 some slippers sort of in the way of the door, don't you?
I don't think they're in the way of the door.
That's a poor question. You see them right there, the pink slippers.
Correct.
Not placed in the closet, but just sort of out, right?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's being admitted as 124. You see this sort of console. Do you see that it looks like the door is just slightly ajar?
Yes.
Showing you what's being marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 129. That's the gun, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's the gun he said he was trying to throw into a garbage can.
Yes, that's it.
And he was saying that, he actually said the suitcase wasn't there, didn't he? He said, oh, I don't think the suitcase is some kind of clothing. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Got it wrong, didn't he? Suitcase was there, but he told you it wasn't,
Yes.
didn't he? There's no importance to that suitcase whatsoever, is there? He
I'm
just,
sorry?
there's no importance to the suitcase whatsoever. He just got it wrong, didn't he?
That's correct.
Detective, when you talked to him the second time, the first and second time, he agreed to talk, didn't he?
The second time being the walkthrough?
Let's do it this way. The first time you talk to him, he says, you know, he talks to you, right?
Correct.
He talks to you, answers all your questions until you're done asking questions.
Yes.
He doesn't have an attorney there.
He does not.
He doesn't have somebody like Mr. Tomczyk there, does he?
I'm sorry?
He didn't have somebody like Mr. Tomczyk sitting there giving him advice,
He
right?
did not.
He did a walkthrough a week later, right?
Yes,
He showed up with his brother.
that's correct.
He didn't have an attorney there with him, did he?
No, sir.
He tried to answer your questions, didn't he?
Yes,
He told you at the end of the walkthrough that he was getting tired, his back was hurting.
that's correct.
He told you at the beginning of the video, I just want to cooperate. Do you remember him saying that?
Correct.
And he did try to cooperate with you. In other words, he tried to answer your questions. He didn't say, I'm not doing this, I'm walking out of this thing, going to get an attorney. He didn't do anything like that, did he?
That's correct.
The doors, we saw the doors of a closet were off track, right?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you tell the jury about the condition of the safe inside of that closet?
I didn't conduct a crime scene investigation. That would be a question you would have to address to Detective O'Kelly.
If there's a safe in a house, and there's a potential burglary, or there's been an attempted burglary,
Bean.
do you want to take a picture of the safe?
Again, I didn't conduct the investigation of the crime scene, so the question you're going to have to ask Detective O'Kelly.
Fair enough, because your responsibility that night was to question witnesses, or excuse me, in this investigation, one of your responsibilities was to question witnesses, right?
Mr. Randolph.
Was that it? It wasn't to question other witnesses?
That's correct.
Who would be responsible for, would that be Detective O'Kelly? To have to interview other witnesses like the Miller's family or anything like that?
I believe that was Detective Long, who also responded with us that night.
Okay. Did you actually ever go and interview Billy and Vita Miller?
I believe so. I believe Detective O'Kelly, or I may have went with my partner. I know I interviewed other people later in the investigation, not that night.
Without telling me what they said, you interviewed these people, and one of the concerns you had was looking for a mask, right?
Looking for a
Mask, ski mask,
correct.
or a missing ski mask. See if you could find out where this mask had come from. Do you
Yes.
remember? At the conclusion of interviewing Vita and Billy Miller, you asked for consent to search their home for a mask, didn't you?
Yes,
And you didn't find a mask, did you?
that's correct.
But having interviewed them, Vita and Billy Miller, you thought it would be important to look for a mask in that house, right?
Correct.
Because one of the masks that night when you're interviewing, or excuse me, that day when you're interviewing Vita and Billy Miller, you begin to look for a mask, but this mask has a big hole so that the mouth would show. Do you remember this?
I don't recall that.
Did you look carefully at the mask in this case? The one that was right next to Michael Miller?
I did not. Again, that was Detective O'Kelly who conducted the crime scene investigation.
Okay, so it wasn't something you noticed. You didn't notice whether it looked like there was like it was almost sort of sewed together, the mouthpiece.
I did not.
That walkthrough. It was important to do the walkthrough so the jury could see exactly what happened, right?
It was important for us to do the walkthrough with him so that we could get an idea of the dynamics inside that hallway at the time that the incident occurred, at the time that Mr. Randolph said that he shot Mr. Miller.
So
One thing to explain it to me, It's another for me to watch you actually reenact and show me where you're standing.
Okay. How many officer-involved shootings have you ever responded to?
About 75.
That's a lot, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And when I say officer-involved shootings, just so we all know I know what you're talking about, but what we're talking about is police officer has discharged a weapon and has shot somebody. Maybe it's fatal, maybe it's non-fatal, and you're responding to see why the police officer has discharged his or her weapon. Is that
That's
fair?
correct.
And you want to talk to the police officers because you want to find out, hey, why'd you discharge that weapon, right?
Yes.
But never have you ever videotaped or caused to be videotaped a police officer describing and doing a walkthrough on a shooting. Fair?
That's not true.
How many have you done?
Well, I was involved in one that I actually was the person who did the walkthrough.
Okay. How many videos have you seen done of officers that were involved in officer-involved shootings?
I'll take a ballpark guess here. 10 plus.
Out of 75?
Approximately.
Where you videoed walkthroughs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the International Association of Chief of Police?
I am.
Is that the biggest sort of organization of police in the United States?
More like the management of police departments.
And they are an organization that gives you a guide on officer-involved shootings, right?
I believe they have one.
I'm going to ask you some statements and see if you agree with them. An officer involved in a shooting is perhaps the most traumatic event an officer will encounter during service. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Such incidents trigger complex psychological and emotional effects. All too often, the normal coping strategies employed by individuals are inadequate for such extreme event. Do you agree with that statement?
I do.
Initially, an officer involved may be dazed and upset and have feelings of disbelief. Do you disagree with that or agree?
I agree.
Do you agree with the statement? The officer may have difficulty comprehending the reality or significance of the critical incident. From a few hours to a few days later, he or she may show signs of depression, tension, agitation, irritability, and fatigue. Do you agree with that?
Some do, not all.
We're all human and we all feel things differently. Fair?
That's true.
Officers that are involved in shootings have different reactions, right?
Yes.
Some can appear numb. Is that fair?
Some.
Some very agitated.
I haven't seen any that were agitated.
Crying.
I would agree, maybe some.
There is also a shock reaction period where the emotions concerning the incident become blunted. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
The officer may feel emotionally detached and numb, but also experience occasional anxiety attacks. Do you agree with that?
I don't know that I can say that I agree with that.
Okay. Additionally, emotional reactions may include confusion, impaired decision-making, loss of judgment, and slowness of thought. Do you agree with that?
And when you say that, you're referring to
Police officer involved in shootings.
after a shooting?
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I would agree with that completely.
Would you agree with the statement, typically within several days of the incident, a full emotional impact of the situation is realized, though this can be delayed by as much as 6 months to a year or more? The officer involved will typically experience an emotional and physical letdown. Agree with that?
I know that there are feelings that you have weeks, months later.
Do you agree with the statement? Some of the more common reactions are fear, anxiety, anger, rage, or blaming those responsible for the outcome of the critical incident.
All I can do is speak to myself, and I didn't have those feelings.
He's trying to,
You would also, as I'm reading these, you would think this is probably a good guide to give maybe less experienced officers the understanding of what they're dealing with at an officer-involved shooting, right?
I think it's always good to explain to officers what could happen if you're involved in a critical incident.
Would you agree immediately following the incident, the department should provide physical and psychological first aid to involved personnel, including assignment of companion officer or peer counseling? The focus should be to support calming the stress.
Yes.
Do you agree the investigative process and potential consequences can be the most stressful aspects of the incident for the officers, and within the first few hours after the incident are often emotional and confusing? Do you agree with that?
Every officer, with the exception of one that I've interviewed in connection with an officer-involved shooting, has always been willing to talk to me and provide me the information I need so that I could complete my investigation.
Just like Mr. Randolph, right? Mr. Randolph did that, didn't he? He talked with you, right?
Yes.
He lied to you?
Walked through with you, right?
Correct.
So he did, according to you, you're saying about 10, 15% you saw videotaped of officers involved in shootings. He did the same thing, didn't he?
That's correct.
He did it without an attorney, didn't he?
Yes.
When an officer's involved in a shooting, they get him a representative, don't they? Union representative, maybe even an attorney, don't they?
Correct.
So that that attorney could advise the officer about any potential consequences, right?
Yes.
Mr. Randolph did not have that, did he, at the
No.
time of the walkthrough?
He did not.
Did you say there was a landline in that house? There were 3 landlines?
I believe they're the handheld phones.
Voice over. It's not a landline, is it?
I call them a landline because they sit in a dock. So, yes.
On the night in question, after all these personnel have been conducting their business at that residence, it's fair to say that only 3 cartridges are recovered. Fair?
Again, I didn't conduct the investigation of the crime scene. You would have to ask Detective O'Kelly.
Would it surprise you, or would you dispute it, that it took more than a week to find 2 more cartridges?
I know that when we went back to do the walkthrough, we found additional casings.
During his first interview, Mr. Randolph, do you recall at approximately 12:19, Mr. Randolph holding his mouth area, like not pain, I don't want to say pain, but just sort of something's distracting. Do you remember that?
I remember him doing that on a few occasions.
And he said that he had bitten his lip or something along those lines. Do you remember that in the walkthrough? He said he bit his lip or something.
Yes.
And he said that's when he came in contact with Mr. Miller and maybe the mask, and it had gone sideways, gone up. Do you remember that?
I believe that's what he said.
If I could move backwards again to the officer-involved shooting. Have you ever heard of the Lewinsky, Mr. Lewinsky, an expert named Lewinsky?
I know him.
He testifies that officers often have difficulty recounting exactly how many bullets they fired.
Objection, this one's got some.
If he knows.
We can ask him that in the form of a question.
Sure. Is that part of Mr. Lewinsky's theory?
Objection relevance?
Controversial.
Yeah, approach, finally. He's making me so angry. Here's more of Tommy's notes. Look at him reading. I'm like, do I really have to read this crap?
Presentation. we watched the video of Funnies, do you remember on direct examination, the prosecution or Ms. Weckerly showed you?
I do.
And then you said it sort of ended. That was the complete video, right? Do you remember that?
I thought that there was another one with a different angle that showed the vehicle traveling north on Rancho, but that might be the only angle.
Okay. In fact, I want to show you this to see exactly when we lose sight of that vehicle. Can we do so? While he's looking for that, Mr. Randolph told you before he had gone to the charcoal room, he had dropped off Nicholas. That was his autistic, Sharon's autistic grandchild.
That's correct.
See, and stuff like that makes me want to
Do you
punch
remember
him
in a
right.
call that you had with Mr. Randolph on June 23rd, 2008, he told you that he was going to share the.
Objection, hearsay.
They brought out every portion of Mr. Rand. They brought. Sure.
There is not a thing in the world that had to do with anything except for him wanting the jury to hear that. And I'm glad that he corrected himself, because that is not his grandson. That is Sharon's grandson. The only reason he did that was juror sympathy.
Okay. When you sweep a house, when you were a young patrol officer, did you have to sweep houses?
Yes, sir.
And when I say sweep a house, tell the jury what I mean.
It's clearing a house to make sure that no one's hiding inside the house.
How do we actually hear that on the 911 call, don't we?
I believe so.
After Mr. Randolph is ordered out of the home, it sounds like 2 police officers go inside to sweep the home. Is that fair?
Well, I don't know that you can tell how many officers enter the house. There would be a minimum of 2.
And what they're doing is they're going room to room, looking in closets, making sure there's nobody sort of hiding, right?
That's correct.
And that must be a very nerve-wracking process as a police officer. Is that fair?
It can be.
And it can take a while, can't it?
Yes.
Can take several minutes.
Yes.
And as a police officer, you want to make sure of that, like in this case, because there could be another perpetrator inside that home.
That's correct. That's what the officers are looking for.
And in fact, in this case on that 911, you hear officers like sort of commanding that if there's anybody inside, come out, that type of thing, right?
Yes.
You'd want to announce yourself as an officer so that people don't think you're some type of home invader, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to go back to this video, and if we can watch the video, okay?
Mm-hmm.
For the record, this is Exhibit 315, and I want you to watch, strike that. You agree with me that when you first started watching this video, you incorrectly identified the vehicle, right?
Yes, I incorrectly identified the dark vehicle that was parked here. It's the lighter car right here.
Fair enough. And so I want to watch, we sort of stopped it, and I want to continue on until we can't see that vehicle any further, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, Thom went through and did it all.
And so it's driving away right
is.
now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and can you watch it until and let us know when you cannot see it any further? Because it's gonna turn, right,
Yes,
towards Rancho, right?
correct.
Can you still see it?
Yes. What happened?
Okay, Your Honor, it stopped. We would also like to put in our own exhibit. So. We
Shut up,
move for the
Tommy.
Admission of defense, exhibit A.
No, defense is there, you're gonna use it. They admitted, I'm sorry.
Okay, Sue, I want to keep watching after the state's video turned off. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you could still see the vehicle at the time the state's video cut off, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So he's driving away, correct?
That's correct.
It's 8:26:21, correct?
Yes.
I want you to tell me at the very time you can no longer see that vehicle. It's come to a stop at the stop light,
So right now it looks like he stopped in the turn bay.
okay?
They're trying to close that time gap.
Okay.
Okay, and what was the time? 8:27?
27, 23, 24.
Okay. So when you're doing the drive between Funny's and the house, okay, that would be the time we'd start that 3 or 4 minute process, right?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, I've driven that several times. You would agree with me, it does depend on the lights, doesn't it?
It does.
It's like the turn-in lane.
Your Honor, I think I am getting very close to done.
Thank God.
Do you think I could have a quick break just so I can make sure I'm finished?
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our afternoon recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors or any waiter regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, to news or media commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consult dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test, or theory of the case, or create any aspect of this case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the responsibility. Ladies on this 3:10 will be in recess till 3:25.
All rise for the jury.
Amanda 89 said, Brandy, you don't like this witness. I think he's grand. I love the witness. I don't like the attorney. I think the witness is fantastic. The attorney is driving me nuts. But look how cute Lucy is. She's very sleepy. It's hard work being cute.
Please be seated.
Okay, may the record reflect our top customer jury, Detective Montague, excused for the recess. I just ask you not to discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay?
Your Honor, on this break, it's defense counsel's agreeable, can we take out the physical evidence because there'll be one witness and then the firearms guy.
Okay, okay. So are you guys in agreement with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay? And Mr. Arm, if you had to guess, how much more time do you have? Okay, yes, and you agree, right?
Yeah, but not that long, like
Okay.
10 minutes.
All right, so we'll, and your witness who's gonna follow the take the log is here.
Yes, Chris, Amy's here. Yes.
Okay, all right, so because we'll roll right into them, we won't take a break.
Yeah.
Anything else outside the prison?
No.
All right, so you guys can get that physical evidence.
Hey, Pam.
Sophisticated, thank you. I just didn't unbraid my sweaty hair after my walk this morning and change shirts. That's it. Sophistication. Is it fair to say you have a super cute braid today? Yeah, this is, so it's so hot outside. And I took her for a long walk this morning. It's so hot outside that I get sweaty even early in the mornings. So I do a braid right here, and then I don't know if you can see it, I have a braid right here, and it helps to keep the hair out of my face. And then I got working on the podcast and did not shower. So it's just sweaty hair. But you can't tell when it's in a braid. That's life hack. When you're going to be mildly sweaty, braid your hair. Look at Lucy's little eyeballs. Is she the cutest thing ever? Don't you just love her? I just love her. And she's so weedle bitty. I love this dog. So, yeah, she snores. I've tried to get my microphone, like you can see, like it's attached, so I can't take it off and hold it down in front of her, but I've wanted to before because you can hear her sweet little snore. I just want to bite her. She's a little cutie. All right, I'm like all up in invading her space. Let me see if I can get Lucy Cam back to normal. She's like, get out of my face and leave me alone and let me rest. Let me rest. Let me live. There she goes. Such a little doll. Okay, so this attorney, he is something else. It makes me curious. The whole thing about the officer involved shooting. Raise your hand if you think that came from Thami and not him. And here's why. It sounds like some Thami type BS, right? Because it's like, I could see Thami saying, oh, well, when officers do this, they have this and this and this, and they feel this and this and this. So why can't I? That's what I feel because that's what they feel. I could see this coming directly from Thami, because I would think that even an attorney with a condescending tone who is trying to do his job would know better than to compare that piece of trash to an officer of the law. So I think that was something that came from Thami's notepad. Because even as condescending as this attorney is, I can see Thami trying to explain away his idiocracy and his lack of emotion and all of that. I could see him trying to compare himself, because remember, grandiose narcissism. I could see him trying to compare himself to an officer going through that. But you know what the thing is? he is not an officer who was risking his life and got involved in a shooting. He is a piece of crap who is greedy and wanted insurance money and a house and murdered a wife and a mom and a grandmother and a friend and didn't give one rat's patootie about how it affected anybody else. He cared about money. That's the difference in him and an officer involved shooting. So Thami and his little stupid notepad needs to just sit over there and chill. Lindsay Hendricks said, I believe he was trying to explain away his lack of empathy, shock, dazed and confused a week later to that of an officer possibly having a similar situation. Yeah, I can see him comparing himself to, like, I just fully believe that came straight from Thami's little notepad. Fur Baby's mom has been a member with us for 2 whole months.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Fur Baby's mom says, thank you for a great channel and the mods too. Our mods are amazing. Amazing. We have the best. Fur Baby's mom, thank you for being with us for 2 whole months. It's getting kind of serious. All these anniversaries. That guy. Oh, you know what though? Oh, you know what? I hope that somebody in that jury has some kind of ties to somebody that they love in law enforcement. And they're going to hear that and be like, this dude, really? This dude? I don't think that's going to go how he thinks it is. You know, it's funny though, too. Remember in the history lesson we did, the intro to the trial that I did with y'all, remember how I had those screen grabs where Thami is telling his attorneys from the last trial, when he got convicted, and he's telling them, you know, I just don't think you got all the questions in there. I don't think, you know, I think you could have done more. I think there could have been more questions. And I think, you know, blah, blah, blah. And his attorney even said in that interview something about how, you know, Thami wants you to do what he wants you to do. He doesn't care if it's, you know, if you have to be sneaky to get it in there. He doesn't care about abiding by the law or being, you know, like how you get stuff in as long as you get it in. It doesn't have to be on the up and up. Said that he wants what he wants, whether or not it's a good legal strategy or not. And that's the way that his mind works. And the reason I feel like such an expert is because he reminds me so much of somebody that I know. And just the way that he believes that whatever he's spinning is the best possible way to manipulate you. It doesn't matter what common sense would tell you. If he's telling you this, he thinks that this is the best way to manipulate you and to make people believe you. And it's that grandiose narcissism. He thinks that he knows best and that he's smarter than everybody else and that he can convince everybody else. And he's an idiot. Sherry Smith.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Sherry Smith, 3 whole months. Happy anniversary. Sherry Smith says, love everyone here. And we even got a little heart eye emoji. Look at the love fest coming here on a Taco Tuesday. I'm loving it. I'm loving all these anniversaries. I'm glad you're here. It's been the best 2 months. I feel like we've known each other forever. Mara says, is he going to testify? He said he is. I'm sure his attorneys are probably like, maybe that's a day when you should take your medicine and hopefully fall asleep. But I have a feeling that he will. I truly believe that he thinks in his twisted mind that the reason he got convicted last time is because they didn't do what he said. And because he didn't get to get up there and have his shot at manipulating him. I think that that's how he looks at this whole thing. Is he doesn't look at it as, here's my defense because I'm an innocent person. He looks at it as, here's my chance to convince them of something. Here's my chance to, shoot my shot and get my story out there and see what sticks. And I think that he believes in his little bitty tiny pea brain that, on this channel, I'm always like, let's be compassionate and let's be this. And I am not that with him at all. Not. That has gone out the window. And I apologize to y'all for that. But I still think he has a little bitty tiny pea brain. I think that if he had any kind of redeeming qualities or sense of remorse for the things he's done and the harm he's caused, I would feel a little bit more empathetic toward him. But he don't. Thami only cares about Thami, which is why I don't care about Thami. Yes, Lucy sleeps in the bed with me. Or I should say I sleep in the bed with her because she's a bed hog, y'all. She's a bed hog. And when she's dreaming, she'll kick me. Wake me up. It's really cute. We have another anniversary.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Happy 1 whole month anniversary. Thami is the star of his own little world. Time for a cold, hard reality check for pigtails. I am here for it too. What I am in my perfect trial world, I would like to see him get convicted like that. Like, I've said it before. I've made the joke, like the people who, the juries that can just, let's go ahead and take a vote. Like, we don't even have to go to the jury room. Let's just, everybody in favor of, sending him to his forever home in jail, raise your hand in the jury box, and then just get her done. I would like for it to be one of those where it's like Richard Merritt, where it was under an hour. That would be fantastic. I would like to see it be a very short deliberation, send his butt, back to his forever home. And I would like for, during the sentencing, for this judge to just let him have it. Because having to hear that from a female, from a woman who is now in control of him, that he is no longer controlling. He's not that he ever controlled her, but you know what I mean? He likes to control women. He likes to control the situation. For a strong woman to be in charge of his fate and to sit there and just let him have it. It's all I want for Christmas. Tammy G said, I'm surprised he didn't represent himself. He seems like the type. You are absolutely right on that. He does seem like the type. And it's still like he's trying to, it's like he's like, I'm not really representing myself, but I'm kind of representing myself. Like, I'm not, filing legal documents, but I'm, sending Thami notes, across the table and telling them to ask ridiculous questions. Jerk. Queen Oliver then says he was convicted. It was overturned on appeal because prior wives. He thinks that was the only thing that got him convicted the first time, I'm pretty sure. Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that based on the things that he was saying to his attorney and the thing that he said in his interview, I think that, I know in reality, he got everything got overturned because of the prior bad acts, and Supreme Court said that, that tainted the jury and yada, yada, yada. Oh God, I pulled a Letitia. But I think that in his mind, he thinks that if he had run the trial the way he wanted to, he would have been let off, because he told his attorneys next time when he got convicted, because he already knew there was going to be an appeal. And he said, next time we need to bring in these witnesses and we need to do this and you need to get these questions in and whatever. Like, he basically was, and in that one interview right after the conviction, when he's talking to the Dateline producer, he even said something about, they didn't do anything. And, now I'll get a fair trial in 3 years, because attorneys had already told him the state or the Supreme Court would overturn that conviction if they allowed in the prior bad acts. It's not a huge shock, but he even said, that he was already he had not even left the courtroom from his last conviction. He's already planning, telling his attorneys what they need to do for the next trial. He thinks he is something else. I just don't have any warm and fuzzies about him at all. Speaking of warm and fuzzies, look at this girl. Look at her. Like, how is she? Is she the cutest thing you've ever seen in your life? Look at. Oh wait, not me. Not me. Isn't she the cutest? I know, you hear me talking to you. I love her so much. Inquiring Minds. Oh. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. Where are you going? You going to get more shoes? You still got a minute. Thami hasn't even had his afternoon medication. Let's see. Anna A says, I believe he truly thinks he's going home. Yeah. I think so too. Well, he even said in that one ridiculous pre-trial hearing, he was like, and he even banged his hand on the dang counter and stuff. He's like, I'm going home. It's as simple as that. But you need to step up and get these people to do what they're supposed to do. Could you imagine the audacity of talking to a judge like that? And told her, I'm not going to tolerate this much longer. What you gonna do, boo? Go back to cell block D and write some angry notes? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Tommy143 says, prior bad acts, I wonder what his full record is. He's got quite a colorful record. He has like, I know, drug charges and stuff like that. They said that can't go yet. But he wanted to be.
Thank you. Detective Mog, I just have 3 very quick areas to go through.
He wanted to be a big time drug dealer.
The interview, the first one with Mr. Randolph, and also in the walkthrough, he talks about when this incident is actually happening.
Camera guy's still on break.
Push the garage door because he may go, like the button, because he may go want to tell a neighbor, and then he stops. Do you remember him saying that?
I do.
Nancy D, happy anniversary. Our camera guy is still on break.
I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as a joint proposed exhibit B and see if you recognize it, okay?
Yes, sir.
May I approach him?
Yes.
And I showed this to this. Does this appear to be a still shot of the walkthrough?
Correct.
Do you see this object on the right-hand side?
Garage door opener?
Garage door opener, okay? May I publish it first? Can I have it admitted, Your Honor?
Any objection to defense's B? Defense's B will be admitted, permission to publish is granted.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So now I want
Lindsay
to
Hendricks, where have you been?
zoom in to this black thing on the side. You call it a garage door opener, right?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
with garage door openers, sometimes there's a button to actually push so the garage door opens, right?
That's correct.
And also, there are some that you push, and a light will come on in the garage. Push a button, light comes on.
Oh, here we go, talking about the light in the garage.
You don't know that?
I'm not familiar with that style, but yes.
Okay. You don't dispute it?
No.
And Mr. Randolph said in the walkthrough, that's what he was doing, is pushing a button. Remember that? Tried to open the garage door and then stopped.
I recall.
Okay. Prosecution, Ms. Weckerly asked you if Mr. Randolph complained to you that it took a long time for officers to go in the house. Do you remember that?
I do.
Isn't it in fact true that what he complained to you about is it seemed like it was hours before they ever went in there to do first aid or anything? Do you remember him saying that to you?
I don't recall that. I just recall him saying that it took an inordinate amount of time for people to get into the house.
If I showed you a copy of the transcript that we've just gone over, would that refresh your memory as to exactly?
It would.
Page 64, may I approach that?
Virginia Little just gifted a membership. It went to
No,
Sunshine
Ms. Weckerly,
Girls
it is
6431.
May 9th.
Thank you, Virginia Little.
If you could just to yourself read this answer, sir.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to exactly what one of the things that he complained about, that it seemed like hours before they ever came in there to do first aid or anything? Do you
It
remember
does.
that? And that's what he says, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm just going to come to the 911 video, excuse me, audio. Jury hasn't heard it yet, but you have, right?
I have.
And after, there's a part where Mr. Randolph, it appears you can hear officers sort of ordering him out of the house.
That's correct.
And you hear, as you pointed out, I said 2 officers doing a sweep, clearing the house. And as you point out, you don't really know, I don't really know how many are there.
Correct.
And then that audio is over 18 minutes long of the 911. Do you remember?
I believe that's what it is.
Because the phone is left on Sharon's body, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's live, isn't it?
I believe so. Yes.
And if you've heard it through that whole 18 minutes, you never, ever hear medical in there, do you?
I don't know if I heard medical or not.
Okay. Again, you'll let the audio speak for itself, right?
Certainly.
Mr. Randolph was complaining that they weren't sending in medical. It took a long time, and medical didn't go in there to help Sharon. That's what he's saying, isn't it?
That's correct. Medical won't go in until Metro secures the scene.
Now, just one last area.
Yeah, they don't have all of the audio back on because he's not there.
Before crime scene analysts go in there, the scene has to be secure before medical would go in, right?
That's correct.
You don't want some paramedic from the fire department going in and having to encounter a suspect with a gun, right?
Correct.
And so before crime scene analysts come in, medical would have come in.
Yes.
Last area, sir. You seem to, if I understand you right, talk about an officer involved shooting a dealer, right?
Yes.
Were you in the military before you were a police officer?
I was.
What branch, sir?
Air Force.
How long?
20 years.
And then 35 years as a police officer?
27.
I'm sorry, I tried to actually, I'm sorry. You're trained in You talked about you trained in how to do a sweep of a house, right?
Yes,
You trained how to deal with officer-involved shootings, or
Correct.
investigate, right?
yes,
You went to the police academy, right?
yes,
You were trained as a military personnel, weren't you?
yes.
And when I read all of those different mental and psychological factors, it was discussing what happens to some trained police officers, right?
Correct.
It's somewhat different, isn't it? If in fact a homeowner has come into a house, his wife's been murdered, and he's been in a firefight where he's just killed somebody, would you agree that the average person, not like yourself, is not trained for something like that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
So that an average ordinary Joe isn't trained for that type of situation, right?
That's correct. They are not trained for that.
Police officers are. They're trained when to shoot, how to handle these situations to the best the police can train, to the best the police department can train officers, right?
Police officers are trained to react to deadly force situations.
Not Joe civilians, right? Right?
Not,
Joe civilians, average civilian. Right?
well, I can't tell how one person would react to the shooting of a person as opposed to another. I've investigated numerous incidents where homeowners have shot an intruder.
So, sir, my question is, those people were not trained in that situation, right?
They were not trained.
And everybody acts differently, don't they?
They do.
That concludes cross-examination.
What a piece of crap.
Thank you. Let's start off on that. Mr. Orm read you a bunch of quotations, and I think the source was the International Association of the Chiefs of Police.
Lynn and Essie, thank you for gifted a membership.
I don't know what, like, it's like a governing body, I think you said, for people that are not officers, but supervisors. Is that fair?
That's their main focus. They also provide training, but their main focus is management.
Okay. And is that, in your estimation, sort of the preeminent resource on officer-involved shootings?
It is not.
Is that a resource that you ever encountered in your training when you were investigating officer-involved shootings?
I'm familiar with several different.
Mr. Orm was talking
There we
to you
go.
about walkthroughs, and he had indicated that, well, in his question, he's asked if it was really very rare for a walkthrough to be videotaped. But I believe your answer was that on about 10 or possibly more occasions, you've actually done video with officers.
Thank you, Mamie 17D.
I'm aware of at least 10 that were done. I've done a few with officers who have been involved in officer-involved shootings, including one that I was involved in that I did the walkthrough.
Okay. And why do a walkthrough? What is the purpose of doing a walkthrough?
Normally when we interview, I'll say a homeowner, for instance, and the homeowner says, I was standing here and I fired that way, and these are the different things that were going on at the time. It's easier if we have you standing there and showing us what you were doing as opposed to just sitting in a room and talking about it, because we don't get the reaction that you have if you're standing there and reenacting something for us. So another example would be an officer-involved shooting. If an officer is standing in one position, he can point to the distance, approximate distance, to where the suspect was standing. He can describe the movements of the suspect. He can describe and reenact his movements and show you which direction he was firing. A lot of times officers will recount just saying, bang, bang. They don't really remember how many times they fired, but when they reenact it, it comes back to them.
So often, like being back in the place and doing a reenactment helps people remember details that they might have not have been able to articulate like closer to the event, I guess I should say.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you spoke to Mr. Randolph, at that time, obviously, as Mr. Orem concluded his cross-examination, you knew that he wasn't a police officer.
That's correct.
And he was a civilian.
Yes.
And over the course of your career, you have had the opportunity to interview civilian people who reported shootings.
Yes.
And people who reported shooting over the course of your career.
That's correct.
You have had the opportunity to interview civilian people who reported shootings.
Yes.
And people who reported shooting in self-defense.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were able to make observations about Mr. Randolph, and based on your experience, the investigation moved where it moved.
Let's see if that's better.
Okay. Now, I think it was.
I tried to boost it.
Cross-examination, Mr. Orem was asking you about the surveillance timing at the gas station, at the Funny's gas station.
Yes.
Do you recall if the financial transaction was referenced in the officer's report in order to sort of cross-reference the timing of the video with the financial transaction, so you can kind of match up if the video is off in terms of timing?
It was.
Do you recall what time the financial transaction was?
If I could refer to the report.
Yes. That would have been memorialized in Detective O'Kelly's report. If you can't find it, counsel, it's the middle of the page on page 25. I have it if I can approach.
I have it.
You have it?
I
Do you
do.
see it in the middle of the page there?
Yes. Okay.
So
Him again.
having looked at the officer's report, does that refresh your recollection as to the timing of the actual money transaction for the gas?
Yes.
And what time was that?
2024
Okay.
on May 8th, which is 8:24 p.m.
Okay, and then that corresponds with the surveillance that we're seeing as well?
Correct.
And had there been a big differential between the surveillance and the timing, the financial transaction would have been off as well, or wouldn't have been off, right? That one would have been right. You could calculate the difference from the surveillance.
That's correct. Plus, I would have noted it if there was a significant deviation in time.
Okay, and there's no notation of a significant deviation in time in the officer's report.
There is not.
When you were speaking with Mr. Randolph with Detective Hardy on the 9th, did he appear to have trouble hearing yourself or Detective Hardy?
Not at all.
Mr. Orem asked you about a comment that Mr. Randolph made about Sharon Randolph leaving shoes out in the residence. Do you recall that on cross-examination?
Yes.
Do you recall sort of what he described as an interaction in their household about shoes? Sharon's shoes, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Oh, yes.
He became visibly agitated and used profanity and banged on the wall.
And that was about like sort of remembering Sharon leaving shoes out?
Yes.
Agitated, not loving.
Now, with regard
Agitated.
to the jewelry, you were asked questions about, you were shown that photo of the jewelry laid out on the table.
Correct.
Would you defer to Sharon's daughter, Colleen, describing the worth of the jewelry as she may be more, I guess, I don't want to say more aware of its value than you were because of the relationship with her mother?
Absolutely.
Now, Mr. Orem showed you some photographs gonna put on the overhead what's been,
Now what?
and I think you asked to have him zoom in on this drawer.
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna zoom in. Is that close enough?
Yes.
What were you wanting to explain about this drawer?
So it doesn't look like anything in that drawer is disheveled to some point where you're digging through there looking for items.
Because the door is open, but there's nothing like tossed out of it.
Hello.
Correct.
Another photo that was referenced on cross-examination, I think you said it struck you as odd. This is states 116. Let me zoom back out. Looking at that photograph, was that another one that you referenced as looking odd to you?
Yes,
And why is that?
because these are also small drawers. And why would you only open them partway when you completely pulled the other drawers out of the small box that was hanging on the wall? It just seems like if you're going to pull one set of drawers out, these also are not affixed to that box, and they could easily be pulled out.
So would you have like expected these to be pulled out and all the way on the floor?
At least some of them pulled out. If there was something in them, dumped out, gone through. These just seem like they were randomly pulled back.
And then now I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 126. I think, oops, we're in that office area. Does that room appear to be disturbed?
No.
I know Detective O'Kelly was in charge of the scene, but do you recall whether or not you saw like a bicycle at the scene? Or would you defer to him?
I did not see one out in front of the house. I would have to defer to him for the back.
That's something I was wondering too, if there was a bike at the scene.
Mr. Orem asked you at the very beginning of the cross-examination.
They need to get it together.
Or he asked if Mr. Randolph suggested to you that he had been hired to do odd jobs, and then there was some conversation about odd jobs. Do you remember that sort of series of questions?
I do.
None of those facts would preclude Mr. Randolph being involved in his wife's and Mr. Miller's murder, would it?
No.
Thank you, sir. That concludes, I guess, recalls.
Read.
Or redirect. You're on. Do you want these?
Detective, a bike wasn't located, was it?
No.
I didn't think so.
And in your experience, robbery, burglaries, some people have getaway drivers, don't they?
That's correct.
Was there any vehicle associated with Michael Miller with that evening? In other words, that either got him there or was going to take him away?
Only Mr. Randolph's.
Mr. Randolph had driven his wife, we can see that, from Santa Fe to Funny's and then home, right?
Correct.
Mr. Randolph calls 911, right?
Yes.
So what I'm asking was there any investigation done by you, or if you're aware of any, about any potential getaway driver for Mr. Miller?
I did not conduct a separate investigation as to whether or not there was a separate getaway driver for Mr. Miller.
What type of vehicle did Mr. Miller's girlfriend drive?
I don't know.
Nothing further.
Any follow-up? Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number.
Jury questions. Jury questions. I keep turning we had CC for a minute and I keep turning it on and it keeps turning back off. Don't you look at me. Love me some jury questions. Oh, I guess I'll take our poll down that since our cameraman finally came back. Kathy B, 3 whole months.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Look, every time I do that, Lucy looks at me like, what are you doing? Be still. What's your problem? Look, is he falling asleep? Oh my gosh. I just want him to fall and hit his head on the table. Doze off, Tommy. Doze off, Tommy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep and hit your head. What are they doing? Go back. Go back to Tommy. Go back to Tommy. Go. I hope you're crying. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep and hit your head on the desk when you fall. Look, then what if he would y'all just if I was seeing that and it actually happened, could you imagine it actually happening? I would flip out.
At any point during your
That'd be
interview
amazing.
or walkthrough or contact with Mr. Randolph, did you see him crying or very emotional about what had happened on the evening of May 8th?
Good question.
State any follow-up based on the jury questions. No, you're not. Defense, any follow-up based on the jury questions?
No, you're not.
All right, do you have any other questions for ladies and gentlemen of the jury? You can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your jury number. Council Peter Birch.
Good question. Did he ever show any type of emotion? Nope. Look at him over there writing his stupid notes. He's writing his commissary list. 3 packs of chili flavored ramen noodles.
Okay,
2 honey buns.
Were the drawers dusted for fingerprints?
That's something I can't answer. That would have to be addressed to Detective O'Kelly.
Good question.
Any follow-up on that, Ms. Burns?
I know you just briefly walked the scene, but are you aware of whether or not Mr. Miller had gloves on when he was found in the garage?
He did.
Thank you.
Just one question on that.
Okay.
With regard to emotion, you remember the 911 call, right?
I do.
You remember hearing Mr. Randolph screaming during the 911 call?
That never happened in front of me.
Okay, that's not my question. When you listen to the 911 call, you hear him screaming, don't you?
You hear that on the 911 call.
You hear him screaming, "Oh God, Sharon." Do you remember that?
I recall that.
When he rolls over the body, you hear his reaction.
Objection, Your Honor.
For real.
Okay, any other questions from the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Okay, seeing no response, Detective MOG, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony the last 2 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Statement all the next witness.
State will call Amy Corn.
Good job, Detective Mog. Enjoy your retirement. You have earned it, sir. Tommy, you turn your face around. Don't you look at him. Yeah, he's crude. Not a fan. Don't like him. And you're right, Jen. That was not the question. They didn't ask anything about the 911 call. They said while He was with him while he
Do you
was.
solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. You could state and spell your name for the record, please.
Amy Corn, AMYCORN.
Thank you very much. Could you please let the jury know what you do for a living?
Police dispatcher professional,
All right. When did you join Metro?
September 2004.
How many years have you been working for Metro?
Going on 19 years.
So 19 years. Have they all been within dispatch?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your job responsibilities?
Sure. We receive the 911, 301 calls through our dispatch center. We'll receive the call, interview our callers, determine what kind of police response is needed. We will then send that call over to our dispatchers, and then that call will be dispatched to the officers in the field.
Okay. You said you've been working for 19 years. Did you work with Metro during 1 October?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working that day?
Yes.
Did you handle call volume on that day?
I was a dispatcher.
Oh, so you were actually getting the calls.
I was on the radio side, dispatching officers for that call.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about high call volume. Have you ever had a situation where there were so many calls coming in, you couldn't take all the calls in your 19 years of working for Metro?
1 October.
Okay. Was that in the 19 years, is that the only time you can recall your system being unable to handle call volume?
Yes.
Specifically, were you working for Metro on May 8th, 2008?
Yes.
Do you recall there being such high call volume on that day that Metro couldn't handle 911 calls on that day?
No.
I want to turn your attention. You received a subpoena in relation to a phone call, a 911 call placed on May 8th of 2008. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was under event number 080508003131. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What does the
It's back for a minute.
080508 stand for?
It'll be the year, the month, and the date.
Okay, so that's 2008, May 8th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What does the 3131 stand for at the end?
That'll be the incident number that is issued for the call that's once it's generated. Each call will get assigned an event number or incident number.
Okay, so the very first call of the day would be, 000001 at the end, correct?
Correct.
So this was the 3,131st call of the entire day, correct?
Correct.
All right.
3,131st call.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to the 911 call from that day?
Yes.
All right. At this time, we are going to play what has been, I believe there's no objection, stage for post 324. Okay, I'll clarify. Is there any objection to this? Okay. When I said the call from that day, I know there were 3,131 calls. However, I'm referencing that particular event number ending in 3131.
Here you go, Peter Ware. Here's the
You've listened to
fake
that
911 call.
specific call.
Correct.
Okay. At this time, we're going to play that 911 call.
What is the number on it?
324, Your Honor.
Any objection to 324?
None at all.
Are you moving to admit 324 before you publish it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, 324 will be admitted and permission to publish.
Thank you.
I'd be a terrible 911 operator. I'd be like, "You're doing what? Oh my God!"
May 8th, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 842.
My wife's been shot and there's a guy in my house and my son has his.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too?
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife's
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
Wait, hold on. Can we go back 10 seconds? This records before they even pick up, and I didn't hear if he was breathing on there or not.
911 emergency. May 8th, 2008, hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds. 911 emergency, Hernandez, 842.
Nope. He started the fake breathing after she finished.
Is he hurt too? Is he hurt too? Okay. What's your name? What's your name, sir? Where is your wife in the house?
Just like Alex Murdoch.
In the house in the bedroom, she's been shot bad. Where is she shot at, do you know? Yeah, I think in the head. I see the move over, try doing this. She's a nurse, so I don't know what to do exactly. Okay. And is the guy still in the house, do you know? No, he's in the garage. He pushed me by and ran on out. I know it. He stripped me off. He tried to rip me off. Do you know what his name is? Mike, I don't know his last name. Is he black, Hispanic? Black. How old is he now? I don't know, 40s. He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up? Yeah. He's laying on the ground, he didn't get up? He's in the garage. Okay. I gotta convert you with medical too, okay? Don't hang up.
She finished her whole speech
2008.
before he started that nonsense.
6 minutes, 24 seconds. Fire department. Hi, it's Metro. I have a conference. His wife is shot in the head. He needs medical attention. Sir? Yeah. Is she awake? No, she shot me in the head. I don't know for sure. That's why now I'm not CPR. Okay, put her flat on her back. Shot him. Wait a minute. How many people are shot? There's two. There's two. That Randy out and her. Okay, where's the other guy? Where's the guy you shot? He's in the garage. He was running out the garage and I was sitting out and I was coming in. Okay. Is he dead or where is he? I don't know. Okay. I just shot him a bunch of times and he had a gun and okay, let's focus on your wife. Who shot your wife? He did? He did. Okay, put her flat on her back. Put her flat on her back. Should I try to find that gun or something so they don't shoot him if he's not dead?
Comes and goes.
And so, did you make sure that you left or you're not sure if he's still in the garage? He's in the garage, I can see, but is he moving? No. Go get his gun. Go get his gun quickly. Are you alone? Yeah. Okay, be careful, but get the gun. Be careful, but get that gun away from him. Is he alone? Yeah, well, as far as I know, I was good shot. Okay, be careful. I'm gonna put this thing down to my gun. He don't seem to be moving. I have the gun. Okay, you got his gun away from him? Yeah. Okay, let's focus on your wife. Put her flat on her back. I'm gonna lock the garage so he can't get in. Okay. Sir, you gotta do this with him. Okay. Put her flat on her back. Oh, fuck, there's blood everywhere. All right. I'm gonna help you, but I need you to listen to me. I'm trying to help her. You gotta listen to me so we can try to help her. Okay, put her flat on her back. Sir? Oh, God. Sharon, oh, fuck. What's your status, my son? We're in the nursing home. We want to turn the number 931. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, come back to the phone. Oh, fuck. I can't roll everywhere. You got blood everywhere? Blood is streaming everywhere. You can't move her? I can't get control. You gotta try to CPR. I need you to try to.
What? Like a dang goat screaming.
Okay, we need to start doing CPR. Did you get her on her back? Okay, get her flat on her back. I want you to tilt her head back, okay? Okay. Did you do that? Okay, tilt her head back. Okay, tilt her head back. Listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. All right, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. All right, right between the nipples. Right, right. Just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should open the garage door. No, keep doing what I'm telling you to do.
I should open the garage door, shouldn't I? That's what he's thinking.
Metro, tell your units to go in any way they can. We gotta continue to do this. Let them know they're gonna security system.
I'm gonna pause it for 1 second. At this point in the call, do you hear the caller starting to do compressions on his wife or on the person that he's dealing with? Okay. But he is being directed to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
What's the time on that? Can you tell me how many, if you look on your, can you see it on your screen there? How many minutes have elapsed?
6 minutes and 44 seconds.
Okay. Do you recall the caller asking whether he should go lock the front door?
No.
During this call?
If you should lock the, I'm sorry.
You should go and lock the front door. Do you recall him saying that on the call?
No.
Open the garage door, he said.
You gotta count as you're doing it. Count.
I'm gonna go back a few seconds.
Look at him writing his stupid notes.
Alright, listen, okay? We're just gonna do compressions, okay? Okay. Alright, now listen, I want you to find the center of her chest, okay? Okay. Alright, right between the nipples. Right, like they get you left, right? Right, just place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of her chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that. I just want you to continue to do compressions. Keep doing them. I should open the garage door. No, keep.
Did you hear that?
Yes. Sorry.
Doing what I'm telling you to do. You need to do this. Metro, tell your units to go in any way they can. We gotta continue to do this. Let them know they're going to security system. Sir, you gotta count as you're doing it. Count. Sir, you gotta count.
He can't count because he's not doing it.
Sir, can you open the door? Sir? Sir?
He's talking about the freaking door again.
Sir? Sir, can you hear me? Go open the front door quickly. Can you open the door, sir? Yeah, he's going. The suspect is down in the garage and he took his, and the PR took his gun, okay? Huh?
Yeah, they advised them that already.
I'm ready to hear that, Denny Don.
record, I'm pausing at 8:27. There's another 10 minutes of this call. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I think it kind of runs until ultimately it's disconnected. Is that okay? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that you've worked for dispatch for 19 years. Is that what you said?
Correct.
On average, how many calls have you heard on average in a year?
Hundreds.
Okay. Have you often heard calls where someone is calling where someone's been shot, offering to do things in the alternative other than trying to resuscitate somebody?
No.
And you've been doing this for 19 years?
Yes.
You've also reviewed what's called the CAD log in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is a log that does what? What does it kind of track?
It's going to track when officers arrive, en route, what's been updated by the call taker, date, time, stamped.
Okay. Let the record reflect and showing opposing counsel the one decision proposed 125.
No objection to this decision.
At this time, we ask permission to admit stage proposed 325.
Oh, 325, yeah.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes, 325.
Why don't you take a look at this first page here? They're usually like a series of codes that are here that kind of, they're shorthand, is that right?
Yes.
What's the code for arrival when an officer arrives?
AR.
Okay. Do you see the first entry where an officer arrives at?
Yes.
And when is that?
At 20:50 hours.
Okay. So that's a 24-hour clock. So that means 8:50 at night.
PM. Correct.
Okay. So that 20 minutes earlier than around from 8:30 at night.
Correct.
Okay. I just see that. And then if you look at that mouse, if we can cue over. And if you could see if this, I don't know why it's illuminated like this. Let's do it this way. It's okay. I don't know. We'll see. That's not great area. That's better. Can you show us where you saw that indication that an officer arrived at 20:50? Maybe take your mouse and show us.
Arrived at 20:50 and AR for arrived.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this time.
No, sit down.
Good afternoon, Ms. Corn.
Hello.
You've been doing this 19 years, huh?
Yes.
Okay. So horrible math, but back in 2008, you hadn't been doing it 19 years, right?
Correct.
About 3.5, 4 years at the time?
Correct.
Okay. Just to be clear, you're not given any actual responsibility for this call, right?
Correct.
You're not on the phone, correct?
Correct.
You're not dispatching anyone to this call, right?
Correct.
You're not in any way involved in the investigation of this event that took place in May of 2008, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how it is that these prosecutors selected you to come here and testify?
I'm currently custodian of records.
Okay. Custodian of records is someone that maintains documents in the ordinary course of business at a business entity, right?
Correct.
And so when Metro gets a subpoena and someone's to come to court to talk about Metro records, you are one of the people that can come to court, correct?
Correct.
And I'm assuming in preparation for your testimony, you had an opportunity to talk to the prosecutors in this case, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Hamner, the guy that just asked you questions, you've actually spoken to him a few times, right?
Correct.
And he told you, I'm going to ask you these questions, right?
Correct.
Like how many times in your career has someone done X, Y, Z, right? And he told you, I'm going to ask you at this point on this particular tape, do you hear someone giving chest compressions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so you knew that question was coming and you knew what your answer was going to be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chest compression sounds like?
No, I cannot.
Because a chest compression doesn't have a sound, right?
Right.
You'd agree with me that in preparation for your testimony, you actually listened to the audio of this 911 call, right?
Yes.
And you hear a man who's clearly in distress. Yes.
Yes.
Crying. Yes.
Yes.
Screaming. Yes.
Yes.
Asking for help. Yes.
Yes.
And you hear kind of a rhythmic breathing sound like a at the time he's told to give chest compressions, right?
I hear someone that sounds out of breath.
Yeah, you'd agree with me. You hear that sound, right?
Correct.
You'd agree with me if someone's involved in a shooting where they've just taken the life of someone that killed their spouse, they might be out of breath, right?
Possibly.
Okay. And in fact, someone giving that rhythmic breathing in like a consistent fashion, they might be given chest compressions, right?
Possibly.
Okay. When you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you didn't hear anyone in that audio giving chest compressions, you really have no idea, do you?
Correct.
Okay. The state also asked you a question about when in your experience has Metro's system not been able to handle the call volume. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and you gave us an example, right?
Correct.
And that was 1 October, right?
Correct.
When a whole lot of people were calling into 911 related to a massive event, right?
Right.
And the system wasn't able to handle that event, right?
Correct.
Okay. You know, don't you, that if someone doesn't have the ability to utilize a phone line, it doesn't matter whether your system can handle the call, right?
Right.
For instance, if I don't have service on my cellular telephone because the battery's dead or I'm out of range and I dial 911, you're never going to have a dispatcher pick that up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And likewise, if I have a voice over internet protocol provider, an internet phone service, and I dial my number, but my service is down, your 911 operator is never going to hear that call either, right?
Objection, it'll be beyond the scope of her expertise.
She was just about to answer.
Well, I think this line of questioning was brought up during her direct examination as to whether or not they could miss a call. So I'm gonna allow her that objection is overruled. Maybe you can answer the question.
We do receive calls that are disconnected on like a 911 prefix phone. Those do come through.
Okay. I'm saying a call on a voice over internet protocol where the internet gives me a voice service. If my internet's down, that call can't get to you, right?
Right.
Okay. So if I have one of those providers and I'm trying to dial 911, but there's no line to get to the 911 dispatcher, it doesn't matter because you're never going to hear it, right?
Right. With no internet service.
Right. That's accurate, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. There's a couple things that Mr. Hamner asked you, and I wrote down some specific times. When he went back and played that audio for you at 6:36.
Ooh, stop
person
smiling.
on the call says, should I go open the garage door, right?
Correct.
You have an understanding that that person's trying to get help into the residence, right?
To let officers or medical in.
Right. And he's saying, I can't do it. There's so much blood. You can hear him struggling to get her turned over and following the instructions. You hear that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that opening the garage door is one way to let people in, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that that's what he's trying to do, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. Let's talk about the CAD report.
Okay.
The CAD report stands for Computer Aided Dispatch, right?
Yes.
And that's a document that's generated through a computer system. When a call comes into Metro, someone's putting information in a computer, right?
Yes.
And that information is being relayed to responding officers and medical personnel, correct?
Correct.
That way they can know what's going on at the scene they're coming up to, correct?
Correct.
And there are things that are given to those calls, like 400 codes, correct?
Right.
And you know what a 400 code is, correct?
Yes.
A 400 code is one that's assigned by Metro to a particular type of call, right?
Right.
If I say 413, what's that mean?
A gun.
So like
Personal
if I'm saying that there's someone with a gun, I might call 911 and say, help me, there's someone with a gun. And the dispatcher would type to the responding officer, 413 in progress, right?
Right.
What's 419 mean?
Dead body.
So in this particular case, there's actually communication on the phone line between Mr. Randolph, the guy who calls the 911 system, and the other person on the line about whether or not the guy's dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And because you've reviewed the CAD, you know that that's entered in there, confirmed 419, right?
Yes.
And 413 related to someone being there with a gun, right?
Yes.
Because in real time, as he's communicating in words what's going on, someone's typing that down in the computer system, right?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hamner asked you about a 2-letter code, and those are throughout the CAD report, right?
Yes.
And they include things like ER, right?
Yes.
AS, correct?
Yes.
And I think you talked about AR, right?
Yes.
What does ER mean?
En route?
Meaning I'm on my way, I'm going to put that in, I'll assign myself that call, right?
Yes.
What does AS mean?
Assigned?
Meaning that person's assigned to that particular event number, right?
Yes.
And you told us already that AR means arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think you told us that someone arrived at that residence at 2050 hours, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to back up just to the inception of the call. Okay. It's been represented to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that the call originates at 2045 hours.
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree with me that corresponds to when it's entered into the CAD system, right?
Right. When the call's generated.
On a 911 call, you've probably heard it a million times. I know I have. That little kind of computer voice where it says the time of the call in military or police time, right?
Right.
Okay. What's the time that voice says at the beginning of this call?
I'd have to re-listen to it.
Okay. If it said 2044 hours, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
If it said that, no.
Okay. But when we say 2045, that's when someone actually is typing into the computer, correct?
Correct. When it's generated.
That happens after a call is placed, right?
During a call.
It's assigned into the computer after the call is placed, correct?
Yes.
After someone makes a few representations on the phone, right?
Right.
And then it's entered into the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay. So to say it starts at 2045, the process actually begins before that, right?
Correct.
You don't have any idea what time they actually dial 911, right?
We'd have to look. I don't know offhand, no.
Okay. You made the representation that someone arrives at this call at 2050 hours. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
Did you look at the CAD report as to when someone actually went in the residence at 6517 Rancho Santa Fe?
No, I just looked at the arrive time.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that there was a long period of time when people couldn't get into the house?
No.
That happens, right?
Yes.
So someone might arrive at a call and be standing right outside, and the person inside that's asking for help desperately wants them to come in, and they're not inside, right?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Hammer actually asked you about the 10 minutes this call goes on. Have you listened to that?
Yes.
Do you know what happens in that 10 minutes?
I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as
Do you know what happens in that 10 minutes that the call goes on?
At the beginning of the call?
No, at the end. The party didn't play.
Oh, the end. Do I know what's going on?
Yes.
It's just an open line.
Okay.
That you can hear in the background.
You can hear things in the background, right?
Right.
Do you ever hear medical responding on that call?
No.
Okay. If I were to give you a copy of the CAD report, could you tell me when someone from medical response actually got to Sharon Randolph's body?
Possibly, if it's in there.
Can I approach?
Yes.
The other defense attorney.
325.
This guy.
Take a peek and tell me if you can identify that.
I can't remember his name. I love it when I do the polls that y'all hate.
Yeah, I don't see where medical, once the updated medicals arrived, just who responded.
So there's a whole lot of entries about officers that are assigned that call, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Officers that are en route to that call, correct?
Yes.
Law enforcement response to Mr. Randolph's request for help, right?
Yes.
And you can't tell us when medical ever arrives on that scene, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No.
Any requests? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't even know where she went. Probably in the closet getting more
So you
shoes.
remember, on cross-examination, there were questions about the difference between a CAD log generating 2045 versus the digital computer voice at the beginning of a 911 call. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, do you remember the computer voice saying 2044? Do you remember him saying that to you on cross?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not he provided you the seconds? I know he gave you the hours and the minutes, but did he give you the seconds?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, and I mean, 60 seconds could be potentially a big deal, right? Because if it's 2044:01, it's much closer to 2044, correct? Versus, I don't know, 2044:54, right? That's closer to 2045. Would that be accurate?
Right.
All right. You would agree with me as a custodian of record that that digital voice that comes on, that is when the caller connects with 911.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to be replaying that 911 call.
May 8, 2008, 20 hours, 44 minutes, 54 seconds.
How many seconds did that little computer say?
54.
So 6 seconds before 2045, correct? I mean, there was a lot of questions about it. A lot of things can happen before on the CAD log, but this call is connecting 6 seconds before we hit 2045.
Correct.
Another question that was asked was, you weren't able to determine when medical personnel was able to literally check on the person. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We listened to about 8 minutes of that call. Is that right?
Yes.
There was someone inside the home that was alive, right? The caller.
Right.
Okay. And then this call goes on for another 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
So we don't know what efforts the caller made to let those people in, and we don't know what steps were took. Is that right?
Right.
But we do know from the CAD report, but by 2050, there are police outside that house.
Yes.
And we know from by 2044, 54, there is a living human being inside that house, correct?
Correct.
Presumably wanting to get help.
Correct.
Okay. And we don't know when that door finally got open to let those people in to tend to that woman.
Right.
But we know the caller was in there.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. And Councilor Birch.
I just can't stand him. The other attorney's name is, would it be fair to say? That's hilarious. Oh, Patricia G says, I'm a few minutes behind. I'm annoyed. I work in VoIP, and if the person's VoIP isn't working, they don't get a busy signal when dialing. They get no dial tone. That poll made me clutch my pearls. I just, you know what I need? I need to get that sound bit from, hold on. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we anticipate the next witness may be taking longer than 30 minutes. That's what I was up there talking about, and we don't want to keep you guys past 5 and make anybody miss anything. And I made some promises to you last week that we intend to keep. So at this point, we are going to take our night recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, test theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form a trusted opinion regarding this case or respond to you. Ladies and gentlemen, will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 10:30.
All rise for the jury.
That judge talks so fast.
Okay, may the record reflect we are outside the presence of our jurors. So we will start tomorrow morning with this witness, and this is the firearms person?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Hammond, I'm sorry you got cut off, but I just didn't want them to keep waiting. So we were in the process of having some scheduling discussions.
We were, so we have a CSA we need to call. There are a few DNA people that we believe are quite short. We have Randall Stone. We have Randy McPhail. Sorry. Dr. Davin. We have 3 of the Millers who I don't know that will be very long. And then we have Detective Guzman, who's just going over just some analysis of just phone calls, but it's not historical tower data, it's just calls and frequencies and things like that.
Okay.
And then last we have Dino Kelly. And that's basically it. So we feel, I think we feel pretty strongly that we would be probably done with our witnesses by Friday. Would that be correct, Pam?
Okay. All right, so we're still on track.
We're on track.
Okay.
They told us to bring witnesses on Friday, and I wondered if that's still the state.
Yeah, I think so.
Bring witnesses.
Because I'm sorry to interrupt, but on Thursday, did you say we'll start at 10?
11. I have a homicide calendar and there's 2 sentencing, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still think we'll be okay.
One question, we do have an out-of-state witness who's an expert. I'd prefer not to bring him in Friday to sit here if he's gonna bump till Monday,
Understood.
but we do have a local expert that can definitely come on Friday.
Well, I mean, I'm just thinking just based on the time, I mean, it's gonna take some time with Detective O'Kelly. I think we have to factor that in, because that's always how it works. It would probably be better if you guys had your local witness lined up for Friday afternoon and be able to put them on, and then if we have to, then we can go forward and just do your out-of-state witness Monday after that calendar.
Okay. And then tomorrow morning when we start, we've got a stipulation as to the majority of the evidence.
Okay.
I think our plan is, at least as it relates to the photographs, just to say there's a stipulation and move all of it in so we don't have to take time with foundations.
Okay.
Probably with the physical.
Yeah,
too,
with the
right?
physical as well.
All right, well, you guys can discuss that and just make sure you have the numbers. And we can put that on the record.
Thank you very much, sir.
Anything else we need to do outside of the presence? Okay, remember Friday is a 1 o'clock start, but I'm available any other day at 8 if you guys
It's a
are.
1 o'clock start?
1 o'clock start on Friday.
Oh,
I
wow.
have to do something in the morning that I tried to get out of, but I can't, so but I'm available to make up that time any other day at 8, so you guys just let me know.
Tomorrow we're 10:30 though, right?
Okay.
I like the 1 o'clock start.
Yeah, gotta do my calendar, but yeah, Thursday it'll be 11.
Okay.
Actually, not worth it. I just don't think
I hear him talking, and then they cut it. I've lost my sidekick. I don't know where she went. Yeah, 1 o'clock on Friday. Which will have the Melly trial, or not the trial, but we'll have the Melly hearing in the morning. I know we're going to go over they are going to go over the Felicia stuff, or it's on the agenda anyway. It's supposed to. And then I know that they put in a motion for him to get bond, which is expected for them to put it in, but I doubt he's going to get bond. But I'm sure they'll go over that on Friday too. So we have some stuff on Friday morning for Melly. And then we have, I guess we'll have, this court won't start until 1. But that's okay. Tomorrow, we have, don't forget, we have the hearing in the morning for Austin Ford. I think that the Austin Ford is, I think it starts at 9 o'clock Eastern, but I'll double check and I'll schedule it and go ahead and put it on there so that y'all can see. It'll be scheduled and on there sometime tonight as soon as I pull court documents. So that one's going to be interesting because remember, it's the contempt hearing too for Mama with the cell phone, and as far as I know, they are going to be streaming that one. So I'm ready to find out what happens. We'll find out if he's going to get trial number 3. Oh, that's right. Brian on Friday. So, that's right. So we got a lot of stuff to do Friday. What I'm going to do is, I've got my calendar over there with my different stuff. And then I've got my Google Calendar here too. So I'll make our, stream so we know what we're gonna have, and I'll make us a little schedule and I'll tweet it, but I'll also post it on YouTube, so those of you who don't have like Twitter or Facebook, whatever. Oh, there you are, you bad dog. You brought me another shoe. Okay, thank you. That's 3, 4 now. Okay, she means business. So we will have it's 9:30 for Ford, not 9. That might be that might sound right. I'll pull all the court documents for everything so we're ready for it too, so we know what to expect and we can talk about it before we go into the stuff. But we have that tomorrow morning, and that is going to be in the morning, and then we have this starts at 10:30, so it'll be 12:30 my time, 10:30 Pacific. So with us doing all the different time zones for all these different things, it's a little bit confusing. So I have to look at my little Google schedule and get it all made out. We're gonna need a chart. BuffyBot said, "Gonna need a chart." I will make a chart. I can do those. I know charts. She is sitting here wagging her tail, and she has brought me 4. She knows that I'm getting ready to be done because she hears me talking, and her little tail is just a wagging. You want to go say bye to your friends? You want to say bye to them? And I'll take you for another walk. Nope, she's just going to stare at me with her eyes are like this big. And her little nub is going 100 miles an hour. All right, so a couple things before we go, though. I'm glad we went back and listened to that very beginning because you can hear her get through her in the 911 call. You hear her get through her whole little introduction thing before he even starts all that, like all of his, 1-800 number type breathing. And then also, did y'all notice when he was talking, was it during the walkthrough or it might have been during the walkthrough? It was today. Did you notice when he was talking, and this is something that stood out to me, and I forgot to say it because I didn't want to interrupt. Did you notice that he said something about how when he pulled in and, he walked in and he was walking into walking up to the door, and he opened the door and he saw her laying there, and he said something about how he shut the garage. He shut the garage door. If you walk up and you see something like that, is your first thought going to be, hey, let me shut this door and trap myself in? No. But if you're trying to trap somebody else in so that they can't get away, so that you can dispose of them so they're no longer a witness, you would hit that button and close that door, wouldn't you? When he said that, I was like, what a strange thing to say. That he said something about, I'll have to go back and find the clip. I can't remember exactly what part it was, but he said something about how he was going to, he's like, hit the garage door and, close the garage door and go check on her and go be a man and check on her, something like that. However he worded it. But he specifically said that he saw her and then shut the garage door and went to go check on her. If you saw her, why the hell would you shut the garage door instead of going directly to her, unless you're trying to trap somebody else in there so that they can't go away, so that you can make sure that they are a sitting duck in your garage and can't go anywhere and you can shoot them? I hope the jurors picked up on that too. So, yeah. Did they explain that the mask his intruder had on that day did not have any bullet holes in it? Was that addressed today? I think they addressed it a little bit, but I know that when they bring that stuff into evidence, we are going to hear more from that. I know that Detective O'Kelly is going to go over that a good bit, because he was the lead detective, and I know that in the other trial he went over that a lot. So they mentioned it today, but I think they're going to go through that more in detail and make sure that they hammer that point home when Detective O'Kelly gets up there. So okay, so it was the walkthrough. He said he started pushing the button. Yeah, does not make sense at all. Does not make sense at all. I hope the jurors caught that. So, all right, y'all. Well, what are you doing? You want to come say bye to your friends? You come say bye to your friends? Say bye. Say we will see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. I've got to get the podcast finished tonight. I'm going to finish recording it so we can try to get it out either later tonight or tomorrow. And then I will work on getting the new, I know that some of y'all emailed them in, some of the new trial daddies and all of that. So we'll try to get those in as well. So I will, 80s News Bank cleans the carpet. At least you clean up before you go. You might try to sneak in and out, but at least you clean up before you go and turn off the lights. All right, y'all. I appreciate you so much. I will see y'all in the morning, bright and early, for Austin Ford, and then we will resume this tomorrow afternoon. So that's all I got. Thank you. Say thank you, Lucy. Say bye, Lucy. Thank you for reporting to jury duty, and we will see you tomorrow.